and he's ready to make the jump. Looks over towards Mikke. Mikke puts the BKB, boxes in with a punch up. They've got a bit of control on towards Natsumi, but not enough to stop him as Ace goes down. Nisha to fall. Indeed, Yopaj able to get in and pick up the Aegis for himself. It's 3 dead on Liquid, no buybacks. They try and give it one last attempt. The one last attempt does not work out as this game is over. GG is called. OG looking to be on a complete other level here today in this game against Liquid. Liquid just couldn't really get it together at all here with their attempt.
OG honestly looks I really like their movements. I mean, some pretty high-risk plays that they went for here, especially with the Lesh in particular, but overall, very happy to see this. And Nikko, the Brew, this hero just seems absolutely ridiculous. You can just pretty much win every single one of these team fights, but overall, I will say, the macro game from OG was top-notch.
It really was. It really was. Just complete control and enabling Natsumi to pop off phenomenally this game. 19, 1 and 11 on the TA. There was no one on Liquid who could even touch him or get anywhere close to him this game, as OG will take the game.
Impurities.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What have we here?
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
To nature's foulest cloister, I return.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Illusion.
Him to just kind of not use the time lapse and bait them in there, or?
I mean, no, I felt like they just needed to be near to him, you know, so they can just utilize the time lapse and Aegis together. Because now they have to kind of maybe be a little bit more cautious. And at the same time, you just want to run at them. So you don't want to. Have to step on the brakes. Okay. They are definitely nervous right now.
Yeah, the part for Extreme Gaming, they seem to be a bit confused. Maybe they've lost the plot a little bit. You have this Aegis, but what exactly do you want to do with it? It doesn't seem like they're entirely sure either. They're kind of being poked at around the map by Mouse. Mouse are doing a great job just avoiding them, but I heard a lasso come out who's been caught. Primal split, turning the fight around. XSS is in trouble, doesn't manage to pop the BKB again. Another fight where he just gets chain stuns up. In comes the combo. Mid one at risk of being finished off by Ame, but Crystallis can't get the catch onto anyone. X-Nova helping out FY. Don't think this bat can escape though, and now X-Nova's caught in a bad way. Ame can't rejoin into the split. He just has to walk away to the left. Actually going for the backline here. Nothing to Say's found Celery. Spotted him out thanks to the Mortimer's Kisses, revealing his location, and now Ame has to be on the run. You still got your Aegis, you still got your time lapse, and he's going to use the time lapse to get back out to the safety of Nothing to Say.
Hey, actually just having a very, very weird last couple of minutes, you know, the coordination is off, and they might lose the Aegis, you know, if they're not careful here, but he manages to get out. They need to kind of be more coordinated, you know, with how they're moving on the map. It just feels like you say, you know, they're unsure of what's happening, they're unsure of where they need to go, what they need to do, and they're paying the price here. Like now the Razor plus Brewmaster has hit their timings, and they are slowly becoming a threat on the map, you know. But at the same time, now actually they need to run at them again, because Brewmaster ultimate is down. They have to take advantage of it. 50 seconds.
Yeah, XG, time to get in there.
They might find a Lash here. Maybe.
There is a counter complete for the Tiny, so his damage is starting to ramp up. I just feel like the reason why Extreme Gaming haven't been doing too well in these fights is because you rush the BKB on XSS, he's had a great early start, and then in the past 3 fights, he's pressed it once. Like, he just has not been able to actually get in there and activate himself to the full potential.
It's just coordination. You know? I feel like if they're together, if they're going on the same target, and everyone's there, they have the Largo behind them, things like this are not supposed to be happening, you know. They just need to make sure that they go on the right hero. If they can't burst the Brew and the Brew gets a split off, they try to kite it, try to move back together. They only full commit if the Bat Rider gets a lasso, you know, a clean lasso.
The Celery left behind in the mid lane will just be an easy pick.
Yeah. And then just push the lanes and repeat and find another pickoff when the cooldown is ready. You know? That's all they need to do. Because in terms of finding pickoffs, having Bat and Primal gives you a lot of room to find all these small little kills, right? On the mouse side, you're basically counting on the Tusk finding them with his punch, you know. The other heroes are not going to be able to find those pickoffs.
Oh dear. They might just be able to grab mid one before his BKB gets delivered. He gets rooted by the creep, and now the channel out. They should be able to BKB TP. Very timely delivery there, helping him escape. But Yamich might not be quite as lucky. Snowball in, no blink out though. And that neutral creep deny is nothing but a prayer, as the Tusk will have to sacrifice himself, preventing the rest of XG from connecting in for that mid one kill.
You still don't feel good, you know. That was your first usage of the BKB and you had to use BKB and TP out. I still take it as a win for XG, even though they didn't get the kill. And your Weaver's
Question is whether it's enough, right? I mean, XG, after that bout of confusion, it seems like they've been able to come together a little bit, but they still need to push the issue, I feel like. They're not really doing enough at the moment.
Okay, that was very strange. They blink in and the other guy just blinked out, you know, even though they have more heroes in the area.
Yeah, FY a bit, maybe not reacting fast enough with the lasso. He had it available, but mid one just kind of beat him to it.
He's about to finish his 4-star. Yeah. This is very crucial on FY. It's going to allow him to be way more effective with his initiations. And you basically can't save anymore if he gets the lasso on one of your key heroes and he drags them away with 4-star. It usually means the fight is just over, you know, right off the bat.
I mean, unless Yamich can perform some heroics, right? Like, he's got to be in there with a snowball save in that instant. You already talked about it. It didn't really affect the early game as much as we thought.
The ward.
Yamich versus FY. The ward spotting out this smoke. Now, still not going to save FY though. He's positioned himself very awkwardly on that middle ground area.
Wait, how did that happen? They saw it. They saw them.
I think they only half saw the smoke because they went up to the high ground where the ward was away and then they smoked. So they saw all those heroes go into the triangle, but...
I'm pretty sure someone was on the low ground when they popped the smoke. You know? Maybe they weren't paying attention or something. Let's see. Maybe they didn't see it. Was he on the low?
Nah, he gets up to the stairs,
he gets
right?
up to the stairs. Alright.
A shout out to our replay operator and our production team, man. They've been on point with the replay. We get so confused sometimes in these fights and they're like, nah, you're an idiot. Watch this.
Aren't we all idiots?
Hang on, getting caught. Has the time lapse, but there are sentries littering the area. He's going to try and turn around and fight. Use that MKB, put the pressure in onto mid one. The last bugs will actually find the kill. Mid one going down. This was supposed to be a pickup onto Ame. And they're losing heroes instead. They just can't chase in the snowball, but they found him with the shots. Here comes the stave, 4-staff away. Ame, can he get out of here? Lasso to try and keep the Tusk at bay, but Boom will swipe him down. The Ant is killed. Nothing to say now, having to 4-staff himself away. Catchy Lick and the Frog Stomp will keep them at bay, nicely done. Meanwhile, XSS on the back line finds Yamich. Still needing to try and take this fight, using the BKB now. The Razor doesn't have a lot of damage to offer. You're buying back on the Tusk. Mouse really want to try and secure this fight, but all they'll secure is their retreat.
That was rather strange. I felt like XG, they have no damage to take the fight anymore. If the Weaver is dead, the other heroes, they don't really seem to provide enough damage to kill the other heroes, you know. That was like, I felt a bit of a hasty buyback by Yamich. I don't really felt like they needed it.
Yeah, maybe he was worried that Extreme Gaming were going to try and push the issue, but so much of the kit from Extreme Gaming was already blown.
Yeah, both teams are definitely very, very nervous. You know, they're not really playing like their usual 100% capacity. You know, they're making mistakes here and there.
Attempt here. FY is going to get potentially chased down, but X-Nova still in. Pulverize, interrupted Yamich there with the interrupt, and it's going to cost XSS his life. Onslaught away, back to safety. Really? Amphibian Rhapsody? And the bounce away! Extreme Gaming fishing XSS out of what looked like certain death there. That's the power of the Largo, baby.
I can tell you that is the most fun hero to play right now in Dota.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't ever remember having such a fun hero in Dota. Like the other heroes are kind of like, when he got released, he has an interesting kit. We're like, oh, it's nice, you know. But this has been by far the most fun I've had.
And he's so cute, right? His little frogs and everything. Like, it's hard to... I just don't know anyone who's like, man, I hate Largo. I know people who dislike him because they think he's OP. But even those people cannot deny this guy's a ball of the time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a Roshan attempt. They've killed off the Snapfire. That's the pickoff that they needed to get the second Rosh of the game now. Second Aegis for XG. The previous time they got it, it seemed a bit weird because they got the Aegis and then they proceeded to just get caught and get kited around by Mouse. Maybe this time round it'll help them take some of these tier 2 towers and progress the game in their favor.
I think in the head-on team fights, it's still not quite easy for XG to, you know, to actually take on the Blue. If the Blue gets the split off, I feel like they kind of need to run away.
Bro.
Maybe if they can catch him and burst him full to 0 with the lasso, and that would provide them a means to, you know, continue the team fight. But if they don't get the Brew, if they get like the supports or someone else and the Brew splits and he comes in, it might not be a good fight for XG, you know. And the Brewmaster is also he's pretty tanky right now with the X and the Talon on 15, so his Broodings are pretty hard to kill.
So one small thing to point out is that the Brewmaster has actually purchased the shard. So now he has kind of like a Alchemist Berserk Potion type thing where you toss your Liquid Courage to someone else or yourself, and then you get the max HP regen and the status resist and the speed increase, which is honestly pretty crazy. So if he presses that onto, let's say, mid 1, the Lash is just going to charge in there like a supercharged pony.
Lash would be a good target. 100%.
Move out. Wards on the high ground, mid 1 spotted. Big avalanche lasso onto 2. They need to focus down the Lash, but he gets the BKB off. Yamich with the interrupt. And XSS in big trouble again. Gonna get chained up. Doesn't have the Largo to save him this time, but will be good enough. The Brew Split is gonna try and chase him down. Better Lotus by FY, but will get turned around on and killed. Extreme Gaming not able to secure any return kills of themselves other than Celery just yet, as Ame he's crawling around the backline being pesky. Buyback there from Celery as mid 1 being bumped away. Ame going to lose that first life, but it's worth it because they've killed mid 1. Boom has now run out of his split, and Ame is coming back. You need to escape, but Boom has nowhere to run and no allies around to help him. That's going to be a Brewmaster down in Celery, showing himself on the buyback. That is not what you wanted. Still punching out onto nothing to say this is a very tanky target who gets 4-staff left, right, and center out of the range of the Razor. And as much as Crystallis has lived this entire fight, he's not going to be alive for much longer. The damage ramping up on the Weaver as he's still trying to chase them down. Yamich being bumped back. It's Crystallis on the low ground, but through the defender's gate. Mouse narrowly escaping with their remaining lives there as Extreme Gaming. I'm sure they're okay with that fight, but they would have loved a lot more.
Yeah, Yamich kind of had a very, very crucial punch there in the team fight, cancelling the BKB Pulverize from XXS, actually kind of providing a way for Mouse to turn the fight around. But it was just like, in the end, it was still not enough, you know. It was a very nice sequence of events from Yamich, but they kind of just lacked the firepower towards the end.
I'm kind of confused because I thought as soon as the smoke broke, as we'll see here, FY had the option of lassoing like mid 1. Right, and that wouldn't have been broken by the punch or anything. Mid 1 would still have not been able to cast his BKB even if you punch him back. So at that point, your only option would be to, let's say, punch the primal and then like snowball save mid 1. but it didn't really play out that way. And because of that, Mid-1's able to still stand in the fight and do a lot of damage. Now, Ame does a great job in terms of cleaning up the backline. I kind of feel like these fights are not really going as cleanly as XG would ideally want, though.
At the moment, they can actually kite the Brewmaster ulti. That's it, you know, they're going to win the team fights. The Weaver's just going to finish the remaining heroes towards the end. You know? So for XG, it's all about trying to sustain through the team fights, trying to sustain through the Brew split, with the Lagor especially, and then you can turn around and pick the stragglers off, you know. As for Mouse, whenever Boom gets his split off, you better make sure you end the team fight during the split.
The Blink Hex from the Lash is going to help in that regard. A nice illusion placement from Nothing to Say. Spots out the smoke and understands that Mouse, they're prowling around the area. Crystallis will show himself first. Toss back into Ame. Still has the Crimson Guard, very tanky. They'll lasso up. Snowball trying to save him. But still, the Pulverize. No one's there to back up Crystallis. You've lost your carry. Mid-1 having to BKB TP out. The Nightfall is going to succeed this time round. They didn't even get the chance to use the split, and right now it will be the Brewmaster whose head gets split wide open. X-Nova with the Lick and the Frog Stomp securing the kill. That's more like it if you're XG.
Yeah, that was actually very, very difficult for them to save the Razor. You know? I think maybe he overestimated how hard to kill he was. He went out to push the wave, and then he just got tossed back into Lasso, so he got repositioned so far away that there was no way his team could have, you know, saved him there. I mean, Yamish tried, but he just couldn't, you know. They were forced to fight in a very deep position and actually just took the fight easily after that.
Yeah, one thing we didn't mention just yet, and maybe the reason why Mid-1 went for this Blink, you know, Hex build, the catch on Radiant is very lacking. Mouse don't have a lot of ways of starting a fight convincingly.
You remember why I said that they needed a disruptor during the draft?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
When I saw the Weaver, I'm like, okay, they probably need a +5 that can catch the Weaver, otherwise how are they going to deal with the Weaver, right? And then with the snap, and then...
We talked about the two supports, right? They might play well with this idea of what Mid-1 wants to do, but overall it doesn't help them deal with Ame, and he's still basically almost a flawless game. He died that one time in the top side and another time, but other than that, you just can't lock him down in the fights. And
it was
quietly,
opening pick Weaver that didn't get countered. You know, that is a serious issue.
yeah. It didn't really even look like a problem in the lanes, right? Because the Brew was still, yes, he died once or twice, but he was still getting his net worth and his levels. But then now in these later team fights, you're seeing he's just kind of almost playing the role of a pseudo Slark, right? Picking and choosing his moments to go in, and he's so difficult to deal with. Just dealing way too much damage.
It's really difficult to play Dota when you don't have enough stuns, you know. Haven't you heard that?
I absolutely do, and on paper they have a decent amount of stuns,
okay,
but not the kind that would work against Weaver.
Not the right word. Catch is the right one.
Yeah.
You don't have catch for Weaver.
XSS
right
finishing
now
up that refresher, you got a gem, they are stacking up all these insane items. Look at FY, he's got an Aghanim's and a Boots of Bearing Blink.
Gonna be tough for them, you know, to deal with the initiation from the Bat and the Tiny. I think those are the two main things ruining the team fights for Mouse, you know. Their teammates get repositioned so far that they can't really do much to save. You might have auras on your snap, you might have auras on your Razor, but you're just not saving them if they're out of position.
To get good damage onto the tower here too. But yeah, Malrine, you know, he is off to a fantastic start, and it's definitely one of those games where Primal can take over a lot of things here versus the Naga Siren. If he can get good timings, which does look like he will have, if he does want to go for like a blink. See which one he opts for, either the blink or BKB rush.
Crit. Did look to try and see if he could stop the power in going into the hands of In Your Dream. He could not. As In Your Dream's able to quickly bottle it, get the Arcane Rune, and take that tier 1 tower. So definitely a game where eyes are going to be very much on both teams' mid laners to see what they can do with this. Sure, you know, Maurine's been getting the excess farm out of these early moments, but In Your Dream, he's been getting away with the excess pressure, taking this tier 1 tower down nice and early.
I love that he didn't react. Yeah, nice.
Bottom. Talking about reacting, they didn't have much reacts coming in to try and save out their Naga Siren there. I imagine what, TP's still on cooldown as such. Well, they did have them, I guess. Maybe just didn't feel that they could do anything about that, but that's their carry going down without anybody being able to put sort of any effort into trying to keep them alive.
Skeeter's still just soaking up top too, even pressuring FBZ a little bit. Yeah, we'll have to see for the Naga Siren how the game is going to recover, because it's going to always be this thing where if he doesn't know where Malrine is, it's just constant kill threats onto him because of how good the game is for this Primal.
It could get hard here for Jacroy. He's got to stick to the jungle now. Cannot turn up to that bottom lane anymore. The pressure's onto the tier 1 tower from Falcons.
Malrine's going to have Blink after this tower pretty much done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
That is problematic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, very early pressure and response.
Is under attack.
Haven't quite been able to push back in on the mid.
Bottom tower.
So Crip will hover around, get to level 6. Look at the trade up top here, Reconics. As they'll find the top tier 1, take that away from Falcons. Still overall, just that's a bit of a gold lead here for Falcons, 2 to 3k.
See what FBZ is going to do with his Dominator as well, too, because we did see that, honestly, the last game where there was the Centaur, it really messed with Falcons' idea of the game, where he was just constantly cutting the creep waves and they were getting pickoffs because of it. So let's see if Falcons adapts because of that.
I mean, with the Blink, do you think they'll try for a smoke play here, Falcons, around Malrine?
I'd imagine so, because he has Power Rune as well. They could probably look to, I mean, they can catch almost anybody too, right? Even in your dream. And now in this situation with the Blink being done on the Primal, can get caught if he's not careful.
Now here comes the smoke from Crip. He's got it ready on the courier. And in fact, they don't even need the smoke. Just able to walk up, get the quick jump on towards Farish. They'll try and back away with the ice buff holding them back, but it will not allow him to live as Farish goes down. The Blink dagger reveal, granting them the kill, and should allow them to start getting some pressure in onto the tier 1 tower in the mid back their way here, Falcons.
Still only level 4 on that Jakiro because of the double shrines. The Lul is level 5 on the Muerta, but they are rotating in at least to try to spam the wave. Amar is in the area. They see the Naga.
Grab here potentially. They're trying to close the gap onto him. Jacroy will be fine this time. Eyes on the mid. Amar ready with a skill point if he sees the chance to go for the arena.
They decided against it. They almost got the entire tower, got some good reactions. Took Snaking, wants to set up for top. Malrine TP's to the tier 2.
FBC does have the Stampede ready if he gets the chance. And he's still pretty tanky. But they should have him. They've got the Overgrowth ready if the Stampede does come out. They'll use the Overgrowth. And they'll get the kill. Malrine claims another 5-0-0 so far on the mid-primal. Very,
really
very solid showing. And yeah, definitely one of those picks that now coming into play, it's like, do you think this was forgotten about? Or they just didn't care? So. You think they might have forgotten about it in the draft?
I do think so.
Because it's a trying to survive here under the cover of his ult. He will not. In Your Dream's going to be able to jump forward and at least take down Crit in return. But will have to back off himself. But yeah, this Primal is going to be a huge issue. And it's not something that's surprising, right? As you said, yeah, there's been periods in the past where, you know, Malrine on his Primal has been kind of one of the top concerns for teams when they go against Falcons.
He is really running amok. It's the matchup, of course, that he had versus the Puck, but then also the matchup versus the Naga Siren, right? Like, he just has all these benefits and great ways to play around. Honestly, that play on the Centaur, I didn't really expect it to really work that easily, but they made it look quite easy.
Yeah. I mean, it was close. You know, it's pretty much kind of in that last sort of second of Overgrowth that they were able to kill him. But yeah, they did the maths. They knew, I guess, between the Onslaught and the Pulverize and the Overgrowth that they'd be able to have him before he's able to run away.
Yeah. That being said, though, the farm overall in Reconics is pretty good, right? They've hemorrhaged a couple kills here. They've lost their mid T1, but they got their own T1 mid. They got the opposing T1 in the off lane as well, too. So the Naga's getting space to be able to get that farm. The Puck is doing Puck things, and Centaur is doing, you know, Dominator, Centaur, creep cutting things. So they are getting their farm in the meantime, while Falcons is too.
Absolutely, yeah. They're holding on, and as we saw earlier today, even if Falcons have that little tiny bit of an edge coming out of the early laning stage, it might not matter. It could all slip away from them. And, you know, Reconics, with this lineup, with this carry Naga Siren, you know, they're not expecting to come out with kind of like fireworks and crazy moves early on. They want to kind of let the game scale and let Jacroy become this huge carry as the Naga Siren.
100%, yeah. Anytime that they're kind of like slowing things down, I'm sure they're going to be pretty content on the side of Reconics. as Snaking looking for this wisdom steal.
Radiant are scanning.
Is he really gonna just be able to walk in? The Muerta is close. Gets the push away.
Yeah, so good job Delil turned up when he did there. Letting the 14-minute one to slip away would have been very painful.
Snake in trouble.
Stampede for this. And they'll find him. I'll try and hide in the trees. He's making them work for it. And he's making them really work for it. I mean, that's 3 ultimates having to be dropped there to get that kill. No, sorry, 4 including the Stampede, just to kill off that Treant.
4 ults, 3-man rotation.
Yep.
I think you'll take that as Snaking all day.
Yeah.
A dust? What else?
That's, yeah, already a lot. That's
Actually,
yeah,
wait, there's
Snaking,
3
that's
dusts.
Wait, 3 dusts?
Fight recap shows 3 dusts.
Oh. That was an expensive Treant.
That was expensive. That was really expensive.
I think that's the most anyone's ever expended to kill Snake King. He's going to be over the moon with that. They use so much.
A lot of
Well,
information
that's a
gathered.
top death
Stampede.
from him, yeah. Well, Marine, he's in with the blink. Got the grab on a Varish. And not a chance anytime now when Skeeter's in the neighborhood. This Klink's ready to kick out the damage with the Deso.
Deso done, and as we said, pretty fragile. Quite fragile on the side of Draconics. Witchblade is done for the puck, so some extra armor, but these heroes are definitely going to melt very quickly if they get caught. Especially also Disseminate points are now being put there for crit. Pipe for FBZ is done.
Radiant's top tower is
Trying for the wraparound on
Skeeter.
Skeeter. Oh, and wants the tower. He's going to get it. I mean, he's feeling confident because he's got the backup coming in. There's crit with disruption to bail Skeeter out of this attempt here, but the coil still comes into play. They kill him off. And I'll see if they can maybe even get more. I mean, even if they don't, they're going to be happy with that one. They've just killed off the carry. Stampede's back online. They're ready to close down for more, ready to take down crit. As, yeah, I mean,
crazy.
they're still thinking about fighting back here. Maureen, he considers going in towards In Your Dream, but he doesn't have any further lockdown. But it was just one of those situations where I mean, he really wanted to finish that tower, Fogged, and he got it.
I guess he had no idea that they were up above him, and he had just complete wrong read on the map of the position because they were just sitting at the Wisdom, and then they just flanked on him completely, or maybe expected that they would be able to save him. That was a pretty weird like positioning, at least from Falcons.
Mid.
Skeeter in particular.
Maureen with the solo. It's not going to feel good dying as a puck to that. Maureen just completely outplaying In Your Dream and getting that
Hey, it's the
kill.
Maureen
So
show.
far, In Your Dream's been having a decent game. He hadn't died yet, but getting caught in the mid by Maureen. It's going to put Maureen very close to having this BKB done, and once he's got his BKB done, there's going to be pretty much nothing they can do to stop him in this fight, apart from sort of just run and just try and get out of there around a Stampede or such.
Hey, definitely the Maureen show continues to be there, but the Naga is getting that space. Just how much is the Naga going to be able to do when this Primal is going to be the answer, right? BKB and just run her down in most fights is probably going to be the option for Maureen.
This is a little risky here. Yeah, it seems like they don't want to go for this under the tier 2.
Thinking
Mar.
about
17 minutes in, still has been a game so far where Amar hasn't needed to use the arena or have the arena. He's still holding a point, of course, ready to pop it if necessary, but
Yeah,
hasn't had to get in with the ult. Yeah, just focusing on his build, Yules into the BKB, nothing crazy. But
No shard
will
picked
come
up.
online in time.
Which,
Yeah, I guess not.
Sometimes-
Yeah,
Dire's middle tower is under
especially versus like Nagas, right? Versus these illusion heroes, you do see sometimes these shards get prioritized, but Amar hesitating on which build he's going to go for, maybe waiting for Tormentor, praying and hoping or something.
That's the Orchid.
Okay.
So I guess yeah,
It's
the
the
question
standard.
is with this carry Naga Siren, now that you've got the Orchid on top of the Manta, are you looking to actively fight? Or are you still trying to sort of hit up the creeps? Like how active is Detroit going to try and get?
You still probably want to start hitting those creeps, but you can look to get involved. If you can find backline support heroes, you can freely kill them, for sure. Because they do have Song combo as well. If they didn't have Song combo, I would be a little more hesitant to say so, but because they have Ice Path and Muerta, perhaps Jikra can actually get a little more involved. Let's see what he can do with this. BKB is done for the Primal Beast.
going to be going for the heart next. Buff up himself and the illusions.
So old school.
An extra
Nothing
sort of
new.
tankybus. Yeah, it's really kind of just a bit of a classic build here from the Naga Siren. Obviously, you say without the diffusal, obviously considering the changes that heroes had over the items had over the years. But it's just, yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see how much this actually does. You know, considering this is your carry, is it going to be enough control? Is it going to be enough damage when all things come together in the team fight? Or are we going to see Chikroy turn up and get just absolutely blasted by kind of the AoE damage that Falcons are going to have in play?
That's my worry is that, right? It's that the Mars, the Primal, and just like Disseminate and all these other little... Barrage even, right? Because Clinx's Barrage is quite good versus these illusions.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it just might be... It might be too much. So even though his farm is good, I am a little hesitant on how this Naga's going to do. Especially because of how good Malreen's game really is. And yeah, Amar. So this is what he was hoping for. I do believe so. Because the reason you're going for this BKB...
Yeah, there we go, easy.
You want to get the shard for free. Your tree bought it. Your Shadow Demon didn't, so you're the one who's likely to get it. So, cool.
Yeah, that's the dream there for the offlaners.
Malreen. BKB.
Just to get straight onto Chikroy, and Chikroy is just
gone.
dead. That's a concern. That's a concern. And that's not as if he didn't have his team behind him. He had his whole team with him, and he's just dead. And ooh, into the trees. They see if they might be able to find more. No, In Your Dream's going to be out with the blink. But when you sort of die like that as the carry, it's got to feel rough, right? Because then the question is, if you're Chikroy, it's like, do you continue to try and be in these positions with your team, or do you just have to try and farm up that heart and hope that things maybe get better once you have the heart done? Because until that's there, you probably will just die like this to the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I think at least step one is never initiate the fight as the Naga Siren. That was kind of crazy going in with the Orchid. Maybe not anticipating the BKB, but he just kind of walked in and handed a free initiation to Malreen.
FBZ.
Jump for it.
This is still kind of awkward here for Reconyx. Not easy to get a fight going into Falcons. Falcons still standing very strong.
Malreen just waiting for his BKB to come back up. It's about 25 seconds. So for Reconyx, if they could have tried to get something before that BKB comes up, maybe, but Falcons being careful until it is back up. And Orchid soon done for Skater. So double BKBs, Orchid on the Clink soon, plus that Deso.
I was considering maybe trying to get the setup onto FBZ.
Bottom. Can you get out? It's gonna be close.
Oh, the rock! Oh! That blink's there. It's a good effort. I mean, Malreen hit if you wanted, right? He could have put the BKB to go for the kill, or no?
Perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, he's like whatever. At the moment, you know, Malreen, he can play it very cool. He doesn't need to be desperate for these kills. They will lose Snaking down with the tower, but meanwhile, you know, the two supports in return on Reconyx getting taken out. And Skeeter, he's going to continue his hunt here with the help of Amar on towards FBZ. FBZ has got the backup of In Your Dream. Amar's starting to get burst slow, but he has got the BKB, Yule's Arena, and everything at the ready if they do try and commit on him, and they won't. So Amar is able to easily step away. Keep this lead going here for Falcons, 14-9, 4K lead. And Malreen continues to just be untouched. 7-0-2, working of course on towards the refresher after BKB.
Falcons just controlling the pace and controlling the map very nicely here. Not using their BKB unnecessarily here on Malreen.
No.
Like he could have maybe used the bottom in two situations. He held it both times.
Yeah.
Just in case. So yeah, very smart. Waiting for the Roche potentially, waiting for these next few things. The Naga, as we said, she's farming. It's going to be really the question of, is the Naga going to be able to do anything? Because the other heroes are starting to fall at least a bit behind here. We know Puck scales as well too. As we've seen a couple times, they can definitely full lock down this Puck.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, yeah, well, there's still eyes on Chikroy in terms of his build, how it progresses from here. You know, he's got the heart. Does he feel like he needs to get another item that's going to increase his survivability? Does he have to get some damage? But now, he's going to be found. They got the Stampede, but the arena is there. They'll lock him down perfectly. Not a chance for the Naga Siren. Dead again. It doesn't feel like an easy game to carry. as the Naga
No.
Siren, which I've got to be honest, I think that feels that way in a lot of games. It's just, the question is it, you know, how easy is it to carry a game of Dota 2 in 2026 on a Naga Siren?
Especially versus one of the harder counters, right? Versus one of these insane illusion anti-heroes is Malrine. Another grab. Amar will take it. They're taking every fight now, and it's almost a refresher also for Malrine. Level 18 has been hit.
It's tough, because overall that's the concern, right? You look at the numbers, you know, Falcons, it's only a 3k gold lead, but it's the fact that a lot of the gold on Reconyx is on this Naga Siren carry, which, as we've seen, you know, it does not feel like a hero that's got 16k net worth with the way that Falcons have dealt with it.
No. And it's, you know, he went for the build that I was, you know, saying the standard, right? Manta into Orchid. This is before the Shadow Demon has Shard as well, too, which, as long as you precast this in the fights, you're always going to be able to allow one of your teammates to get these spells off, too. It does feel like they have the answers. This Primal last pick just feels like it's done absolutely everything. 8-0-3. You know, we were talking about how what's going to happen when Malrine gets to play his Primal when it's not, like, hard countered picked in the lane, and it was not by any means, nor in the game.
No, not at all.
20 talents.
You know, maybe pre-BKB, they would have had ways to deal with him, but Malrine's just played it perfectly and not left himself open to make moves at that early stage that he could have been tripped up in. That's to be expected, yeah, from the Grandmaster tier. Primal Beast player Malrine. And yeah, if anything's to sort of come away from this game, I imagine, you know, from Reconyx's perspective, it's going to be that, hey, you know what, if they want to go for the Naga carry again, they're going to probably make sure that there's a Primal not available.
Yeah, but you have to really prepare for it, though, right? Because they banned, you had Sand King, Lesh, Ember.
There's
so many of these heroes. So it is difficult to slot this hero in, to put it as a carry a lot of times. I will say also, I feel like FBZ a little bit this game has been quiet with his Dominator cutting, and because it's just coming to memory the first game that we saw versus Falcons of how much work this Dominator did. I feel like I haven't really seen too many of these be annoying, at least this game.
Find the tier 2 bottom here, Falcons.
And yeah, just continuing to keep the ball rolling. And yeah, at that point you made is just really, really true, right? It's like it's like a 3k lead, but yeah, it's the Naga who just, it's kind of a pinata a bit.
We'll find snaking. Not getting close to getting the chance to jump any of the cores. Malrine and Amar and Skeeter still seem to find a lot of space. Skeeter getting closer and closer towards the Aghanims.
Amar has gone for the S and Y. He is scaling.
Yeah, he's super tough to kill. This is a very, very tanky Mars at this point.
How are these next items looking at? Aghanims about 3/4 on the side of the low. I mean, small little gains, but not going to do too much versus those BKBs, etc. as well. Malrine just continues to hunt. He's also holding a great Lotus, which you actually need. It's pretty close, at least in terms of refresher combo. And how do they stop that? If he just BKB double grabs the Naga, which is all their net worth and all their carry, they have to have some pretty crazy approaches to the team fight to the side of Reconyx.
Who's gone on the top. As Falcons will be able to claim that. Reconyx. We're on the hunt again. I mean, this time Snaking's going to be fine. They weren't able to completely get their hands on him.
Radiant's top tower is under
In Your
attack.
Dream can finish this Linken's before he gets caught again. It could be pretty nice, at least to protect him for the next few moments. They are stalking him.
What? He is going to be able to take the Shrine of Wisdom. Obviously, on the other side of the map, Skeeter was able to take Reconyx's.
A little bit of a slowdown here. Seeing the Naga's net worth continue to go up.
Butterfly finished.
Oop.
Oh, Varish heading out. It's going to get a nasty surprise there from Malrine and Skeeter.
Playing support in this game, it has to be very difficult for the Radiant side. Anytime you step out, as you're saying, the Clinks can just find you. And they saw In Your Dream again. They see him with this ward. A very kind of sneaky one from Snaking, expecting them to play on these outskirts. This might catch him. Just kidding.
That doesn't stick around a moment too long. Heads up TP there from In Your Dream to stay safe.
Back onto theirs. It's rare you see this too. Did want to mention, they're back on their side of the map when they have Naga Siren. Usually the team with the Naga Siren is the one who's controlling the waves, but not the case at the moment, at least with the way that Falcons is just pushing them back. These trees aren't getting dewarded again too, Owen. I mean, the power of Tree and Protector Shard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's giving them a lot of information. Making it
Gives them,
very
like,
safe
everything.
for them to move around the map, Falcons.
Yeah, they see the puck. In Your Dream, the Lincolns is gonna be finished, so we'll at least have that protection versus the
Okay.
grabs.
I mean, it honestly looks, I think for Reconics, they might just try and survive and farm it until they have, like, the Skadi and the BKB on the Naga side.
Like forever.
And
You
then-
just want them like keep just stalling, yeah.
I think that's what, yeah, that's the plan for Jikro. He's like, guys, let me just get this next item, and then maybe this next item. And then we will see if the carry potential's there on this hero. Because it's going to be one of those games where, you know, the creeps are going to be hit, and then Jikro's going to turn up. It's going to be either amazing, or he's just going to die, and the game's going to be over.
Yeah, that truly does what feels good. It is. And also, there's a Shadow Demon in the game, too, so every time this Naga gets bigger and bigger, these illusions also get better, too. They're hunting. So that's a Lincoln's pickup, and I believe the Butterfly. I guess he's had it for a bit of time, but the two that they haven't seen, at least. So looking to catch something, but as we said, information all over the place. The Falcons. They can choose their battle.
Look like they'll find anything up here for now, Reconics.
Amar, how close? He's getting pretty dangerously close to a Hex as well. So having a Lincoln's Breaker plus a Control. Further things to annoy this puck for sure.
Jump Marine. Well, the Lincolns will come into place. Keeps FPC safe. They'll turn towards Marine. The BKB's off, though. Look at the spear push back on towards In Your Dream. In towards the silence. Song comes out, but it's not going to save In Your Dream. So with the BKBs, they can kill him off. I mean, Jikroy, he's going to see if he can turn. Have the control on towards Skeeter. FPC in on the front lines. Marine, he's caught off to the side. Can they finish the kill? Snaking, he gets the overgrowth off, and Snaking and Crypt, they're surviving. The support's surviving. They dive behind the tier 2. They're going to be able to find Jikroy as he'll end up ticking out towards the end of that silence. 4 dead on Reconics. They couldn't get anyone, folks.
Nobody. It's just the jump. The Primal immediately starts the fight. Things are honestly, it's like panic. Complete panic, but the puck, that's the most important thing. During the song, got Orchided, I believe, gets brought down from the charge through from Malrine, and then afterwards, it's just a mess of a fight when they don't have their mid. It's everyone just kind of trying to do what they can. I believe the Muerta gets controlled full duration also and gets little to nothing off. Great fight from Falcons.
Yep, they made that one look pretty easy.
Yeah.
And into the base they go. Want a set of racks to be taken. See if they want to look for more. They've certainly got that opportunity. I mean, yeah, it's just sort of the fact that, yeah, both Snaking and Crit, they got very low, but Snaking, they both live. Snaking gets the opportunity to get off all his spells, gets off the overgrowth, very low on the HP as well. They just couldn't kill anyone.
No. They got everything off on the side of Falcons, and they actually didn't get like majority of spells off on the side of Reconics. The Muerta didn't get much off, the puck didn't get anything. And then there's just skeletons inside of Amar's arena attacking. So just, there's a lot of crap on the ground, essentially, too, for Falcons there. And Amar actually pivots his build. He decides, we don't actually need a lockdown. I'll just get another arena. Another spear combo, another BKB. Ags done for the Muerta. Reconics wants to take a fight on their own terms. See if they're going to be able to, as that last one was pretty disastrous.
Let's have a look. They need this to go well. Reconics.
How do you do it, though? He has 2 BKBs on Mars. You can just BKB TP out if you don't chain stun kill him.
That's the first BKB.
off.
So immediately there from Amar, they'll have to use the song on Jacroy. See what they can do with the song. It's
in your dream?
Not really going to do much until they have used the Stampede now to get the puck out of there. Amar might be ready to sort of close in upon them again. They've got to back away. They're going to go for the re-smoke up, but now there's no Stampede, there's no song.
That's
very much feeling pretty
really
desperate here, Reconyx.
Yeah.
FBZ tries for the opening. Not going to find anything, and now Maori's in on top of them. In with the BKB, gets the grab in on towards Varish. They take out the Jakiro. The buyback will come out straight away here from Varish on the Jakiro. Refreshers popped by Maureen. He's ready to go for round 2 here, just controlling FBZ, trampling over him. And with the Shiva slowing him down as that's FBZ gone. Reconyx, they've just got to get everyone out of it. They tried to put something together. You've seen them desperately looking to try and get these fights going, but it's just not working out.
Malrein's too big. Honestly, Malrein's doing everything, it feels like. He's the body, he's the damage, and he's allowing everybody to get all their spells off. Getting the great catches
He's still got Pulverize ready with obviously the fact that he popped the Refresher, so they're ready to try and go for further catches. Jacroy's got to run, but he might not get the chance. The spear's in from Amar. They've closed in onto the Nagasara, and the Pulverize comes into play. Skeeter brings in the damage. Jacroy will try and put the BKB and run, but the physical damage is done. He's out for 60 seconds. No buyback on him. As Falcons ready to bring the waves in, approaching the base. Amar, he's ready to fight into the base. He's up, closing in towards the fountain, drops the arena, kills off Barish, and then gets back to work with the push. As GG, it will be called Falcons. They'll take this game here against Reconyx. As, yeah, just not feeling the Nagasara in here today, Fogged. It just, for all the money that Jacroy was able to get on this hero, it really wasn't able to do a whole lot.
No, they couldn't put up a single team fight, really, Owen. It's this last pick Primal and just the way that Malrein played it. He was not only enabled from his team from stacks and everything too, but information as well from the tree. Yeah, this was kind of the Malrein show while everybody else was able to kind of follow along and be like, thank you for letting me get my spells off, sir.
Yeah, no, as I said earlier, definitely without a doubt. You know, if Jacroy wants to play Naga again, especially if he ever finds himself in a matchup against Falcons, they are not going to be forgetting about leaving that Primal Beast in the pool and available for Malrein. 8-0 and 13 as Falcons, they take the game.
And I feel like that is the difference between putting a Malrein on a Beastmaster that likes to be a little bit more passive, Quinn, farm it up, where they got that loss earlier, compared to a Primal Beast, way more active, just in your face consistently. Like, Malrein has the skill for it. He likes to play that way, and then when he gets to do it, my goodness, does he show up.
Yeah, he is the best Primal Beast in the world, and it's not particularly close.
Legions between.
He's genuinely so incredibly talented and skilled at this hero, has played a bazillion games on it. He was all over the place, everywhere. Won his lane, got a double kill safe lane with a quick TP up there. He was perfect build, solo kill on puck here. Like, he was all over the place. This is the Malrein show.
Yeah, it was really good, and of course allows Amar to have more of that gameplay he likes, where it's the other 4 teammates running around, and Amar is like, I'm just going to occupy this space down bottom. It's going to be my area, and then when I'm ready to rejoin and get a refresher, then we can go in and have some fights. But this fight, I do think, should have gone very differently. Reconyx having a great song. It was the perfect setup, and yet somehow Falcons still able to maneuver their way out and have no deaths on their side.
Yeah, some slight misplays. He gets a great Lincoln's off from In Your Dream onto whoever the heck got jumped, I can't remember. But he overextends and runs a little bit too deep into Falcon's side compared to if he just pops his spells or the orbs backward and resets the fight a little bit. I think it can go very well for them. Jakiro is also slow with his ice path. There's some of these like in-the-moment mistakes that I think you can see that Reconyx is a little shaky. Like the way that some of this Naga had a couple of questionable deaths where she just didn't press song or got caught really out. Like this was not their best showing. They definitely, I think, can play better than this. And based on their qualifier results, like they should be doing better than this. They got outclassed a little bit in kind of a way where, yeah, Falcons played pretty decently, but Reconyx also kind of just like fell over and died.
Right, dropping the ball a little bit, especially when we saw just how close and how long their game earlier against Tundra went on the B stream. You're really expecting a lot more, because I think most people put Tundra, Falcon Spirit in that top 3, that it's just like, if they did so well that one game really drew so close to it, we could have seen the same. And you also loved the Naga Siren pick too, right? That was the other thing that added on top of it. You loved what they were bringing out earlier in their previous best of one. They pick up a Naga Siren that deals with all of Falcon's first 4 heroes, and you question mark, is there a way to shut it down? And then Lesh gets banned, Primal left in the pool. Could that have been that one small mistake that allows your Naga to have way more of a game?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier in the prior series. That's kind of where the calling teams' bluffs comes into play, right? Like, you're against Falcons. You ban Primal and you leave Leshrac. If you're against Maus, then you ban Leshrac and you leave Primal,
100%.
right?
Yeah.
You make those judgment calls based on the people you're playing against.
Yeah.
It's not just in a vacuum. Drafting is not a science. It's like a little bit, but it's also somewhat an art form and also somewhat of like playing poker. Like, you're like reading the other guys and being like, what do they actually want? Because a lot of what you ban is not what's even the best. It's what do they want? Like, you want to make people uncomfortable because people have hero pools and stuff. So much of drafting is, what does this guy actually want? And like, deciding that and making people feel weird.
Have we ever, and I mean collectively, like viewers too, seen a Falcons Leshrac?
He's played it. It's not a specialty of his. I wouldn't say it's quite on the Malrine Storm tier, but it's like, he's not mid one Lesh, let's just say that.
Okay, I don't think anyone could really have a mid one Lesh. Not even Yopaj. You know, I tried to coin his S tier and you said absolutely not yet.
You need the land win.
Well, it might be coming that way, but look, for Falcons, they get 1 win over here. Is there anything else you want to add on top of what you think some takeaways are for Reconyx?
I mean, I think so much of this game comes down to boing like a seesaw, collecting free kills until eventually it just felt like they were just on a timer. There was no timing coming.
Yeah, I did like though at that 7 minutes, you took the screenshot.
Yeah.
And you kind of did Reconyx a little dirty here, right? Because I want to point out that just as you took that screenshot, just afterwards, a lot of the rotations, the counter rotations, they went down bottom towards their safe lane, and they got that kill on Amar. They kind of realized and recognized, okay, we are going to lose this Wisdom Shrine. That's fine. Let's at least try and have Amar stall out his early game a little bit and then kind of just shift those numbers there. I liked that because that's one of those things that you might try and force a fight around Wisdom Shrine and then it feels even worse for your game. It's more is dismantled, but they go, hey, let's actually pivot this because we know Amar is going to be by himself and let's try and shut him down. Or stall it out. I shouldn't say shut him down. Stall it out. That's very two different things.
Yeah, and your Dream stays mid and ends up taking the mid tower a little bit earlier, gets a kill on crit. Like, I think it was not all bleak. It was not all bad for them. There were some good signs. I think it was just that up early. Can't fix his damage problems. Bat can't fix his damage problems.
Well, depends on who you are. Some people, this roster gonna come together? When is it really gonna click for themselves? Having a brand new offlane, being the underdog there. So then where would you put this? Is it heavily underdogs, only slightly? People overreacting to what has happened in the last few qualifiers for them?
I think it is a non-insignificant amount of underdog. Like, OG is definitely, yeah, great phrasing there.
That was really good.
I definitely think OG is somewhat significantly favored, but I think Liquid is also a hyper-inconsistent team right now. So I think on a good day, it's a really close series. And on a bad day, Liquid looks like dog water. And so I think there's that, what Liquid is waking up today. It's such a weird state for Liquid to be in because I think for over the last couple of years, super consistent team. They're always top 3, always doing really well with these non-Dream League lands. And so I don't know which Liquid's going to wake up today, which side of the bed.
I love that you put the caveat, a non-Dream League LAN or event.
We don't talk about Liquid at Dream League. That's...
Look, I'll put that one to bed right there, and instead we get to focus on what is going to be Blast Slam. Their first best of one showing here. It's Liquid and OG. OG are going to have to shake off the rust for themselves. I don't even know if it's actually there for them, right? The only thing that we know is the last time we saw them was in December last year in 2025. So now we're on the big old 26 here. We have to wonder exactly what is the form coming into it. And Liquid, they've been playing these qualifiers online tournaments. So we do have way more of a sample size, more of a pool here, Quinn, that we can kind of predict that they're going to pick up for themselves.
Yeah, they have more games. They like the Largo. They've been playing it, I think, 5 and in the offlane role, so they're willing to flex the Frog. I could see them picking that up early. And Ace is playing some of his classic offlaners. He early picked Axe in some games, so they've been dabbling in different things. And I think just trying to find an identity for themselves still. I don't think they have anything super patent down right now. I think they're floundering a little bit, trying to figure out what works for them. As patches change, they don't have an identity, right? When you see a Falcons or a Tundra, you know the way they're going to play. I don't think Liquid has found that yet, so I think they're still looking.
Do you think OG do? Because sometimes that is the strength of SEA teams, is that they don't have an identity. It's also their downfall, don't get me wrong, but this OG roster has been very consistent, and I do wonder now if they found their identity.
I think they have in a lot of ways. I think they're trying to play this super fast style of Dota. I think they're making moves, they're opening towers early, they're bull rushing you, and they're trying to take over the game really fast. And I think that's a really cool style to adapt, because I think in a lot of ways it's quite a bit different from normal C Dota. I think C Dota is long games. It's farming a lot. It's hyper carries.
Do you think that's still true? I feel like that's like a days of the past for SEA. I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
It's like less true than it used to be, but still kind of true, I think.
Okay.
Because like that Reckonix game that just happened on the other stream, it was like, how long?
Okay, but remember, it takes 2 to tango. You're picking one game, and it was against Tundra.
It was against the slowest bears in the West, that's true.
I'm just saying.
Speaking of bears, that's a panda bear, and he's drinking booze.
I don't think pandas are bears.
But people call them panda bears.
I think that's an American thing.
Really?
I have no idea. I just like to make fun of you.
That's fair. Yeah, it is panda, though. First pick win ranger is odd to me. The hero is not bad by any means, but it does have counters, and
like
Panda
what?
is pretty... I mean, Panda is pretty good against it, and I think just like random garbage is good against it in general, so Panda gives you that sort of chaos, that nonsense. And Wind Ranger is also a hero that's very dependent on doing well in lane. She needs to get off to the good start. We saw people deviate some from this 4-0-4, the tangled facet. We've seen Yotoro go for kill shot and maxing power shot early in the game. In some of the series, I think it was last year before the the break happened. So people have tried some different things, and we've seen even OG take a pedal, back pedal from it, not banning that hero out. We saw them sort of be the ones starting this Wind Ranger trend. And it's also not something I expected Liquid to first pick. Mickey is great on the hero, obviously, but it's a little weird for them to first pick it.
I do think it is, one, yes, a good hero, but Natsumi is like god tier, I want to say, on his Wind Ranger. We have seen games where they have been dismantled early game, and Natsumi's Wind Ranger has brought them back in. And not only that, there is the slight flex that Yopaj can pick it up too. So some part of me is like, yes, it's a good hero. We know Mickey loves playing it on the side of Liquid, but we know OG has so much more in the tank when it comes to a Wind Ranger and a Wind Ranger flex. So I think just a combination of those three does make it a pretty good opening pick for themselves. It's just how is the rest of the draft going to develop around it to not make it look like we wanted to just take this pick away from you and now we're forcing it into a draft.
Yeah, I mean, Boxy is definitely pretty comfortable playing it on 4. So
that's true.
It's not locked into carry by any means. And I'm interested to see how this Panda plays out. It's a hero that's gained a lot of popularity recently because of some pretty big buffs. The fact that you can change your stance in silence is a really big deal. You can't burst him anymore. He just is always green if you go on him. And the green Panda just makes him incredibly tanky that even if you're not pressing split, the hero is really powerful just pressing Vessel and the barrel, throwing it at you.
Should we talk about why we think you can still change stance during silence? Because it doesn't cost mana to change stance. This is my argument. I think it's fine because you don't need mana to change it. So therefore you're not technically casting it.
I think it's fine.
Compared to other toggleable spells that are mana induced casting.
I think it's chill. And I also think it's good for Brewmaster to get something. This is a hero that I think is really fun when it's popular. Like, it's a cool hero. It's fun to watch. It's exciting. And it's also a hero that's not good that often. Every once in a while, it'll have a little time in the sun. But it's not some Bat Rider or some hero that's always good for 10 years.
It's about as common occurrence as a solar eclipse, you know?
Now, that's Witch Doctor.
Whoa, don't speak ill of my boy.
Your boy's kind of bad.
He's real bad.
Except in low-R pubs where somehow the hero is insanely broken.
That's why I'm really good at him.
Case in point.
Okay, all right, well, I can do the rest of this channel alone.
Well, Kunkka is... This is a weird one because Liquid has been prioritizing this hero pretty highly, which is strange because Ace hates this hero. He's always hated playing Kunkka. He just never really thought it was very good. So it's interesting to me that Liquid prioritizes it.
That's actually the only time Ace ever spoke, when he was on GG, not Kunkka. I hate Kunkka.
He hates this hero. We had so many patches where everyone else is first picking Kunkka and Ace is like, I don't want to play this hero.
Really?
So Ace hated Kunkka. Okay. So it's interesting to me that he picks it. Brewmaster is a love-hate relationship with Kunkka. You can kind of splash the pandas, you throw Boat, which lets you survive the ulti, but also you have very low damage against the Brewmaster. So when this panda runs in, you're not really helping kill him at all. So if anything, I would say I probably like Brewmaster against Kunkka because Vessel is so good against that hero.
Okay.
So I'm dubious of this pick.
Is Kunkka only played in off lane right now? Can we see it go to mid? Is it a niche?
Not if you want to win, I think.
Well, I think most teams playing competitively would like to
I would
win.
also I would hope so. I think Liquid wants to win, and so I think it will probably not be mid.
All right. Sorry for suggesting it.
No, it's all good. You're forgiven. Much love, XQCL. TA is a great response to Kunkka. If he ever tries to X-torrent you, it's so easy to blink out of it that it makes you practically uncatchable. Not to mention you have Refraction to block the Tidebringers early in the lane, so pretty much everything about this matchup is good. Good against Tusk, good against Wind Ranger. All these spells that you can blink dodge them makes TA able to hold Blink. Blink is not an initiation tool, it's a saving tool. So you walk into the fights and you're hitting people casually with your Dragon Lance, your Deso, your side blading, you're doing normal TA things, and the Blink is a resetting tool to dodge spells, making you borderline invincible. So it's a good TA game, even though the hero is not super broken or something. It's a solid hero, and Natsumi is definitely very competent on it.
So then how do you make it an uncomfortable TA game? You have 2 picks left on the side of Liquid. Obviously 1 more to close out this phase. You see the carry, it's like, how are we going to make him uncomfortable in lane?
Lane, I think, is off the table. I think he's going to be comfortable in lane, and there's no way to change that, really.
So then what's the window in which you can make a TA uncomfortable? If it's not in lane, it definitely does not feel it in late game.
Ooh, a Huskar. Well, this is an interesting one. I mean, it is a great Huskar game because it's great against the supports. Huskar is actually not that good against TA.
Because of the shield?
Because, like, Huskar was in the past was great against TA because TA was more of a mid hero, and you lane against her. And if you lane against her, it's amazing. But in the game, TA has Deso, and she plays Daedalus and MKB and all these big damage items, and you can't actually jump her because she spaces you, and if you start walking too close to her, she can pike you away, she can blink away. She's got a lot of tools to space you.
I am, like, trying to comb through the small memory that I do have, but Yopaj has played TA mid. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen here, okay, before you jump down my throat, because I can see you doing that.
For reference, I was nowhere near her throat.
I'm just saying Yopaj because I distinctly remember during last Blast Slam, he played TA mid, and you said, I have no idea what this bro is doing. TA mid is garbage.
Didn't they lose?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't say you were wrong.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm saying, is that also some semblance of the Huskar coming out good against supports really does force that TA to just be safe lane?
I think, honestly, so much of it is clockwork. When you see clockwork, like, it's just a hero.
Why did I do that?
Oh.
It's like an alien from Toy Story. Wow.
It was kind of giving the little dudes.
Sorry.
Call me Woody. I don't know why. It's
Why didn't you say Buzz Lightyear?
Because Woody is more, I don't know. Ignore me. Anyway, Huskar's good against Clockwork because Cogs do nothing. Clockwork does nothing. You just walk around, you throw spears, you vibe it out. You do whatever you want. And it's also good with Tusk. It's good with Kunkka, the heroes that help you start fights. The Rum is very good with Huskar, famously loves alcohol. And it makes you tanky so you can continue to be this unkillable dude who gets Aegis and runs into the fight and is very strong. So it's like the heroes make sense together. I think this Huskar pick helps their lineup a lot. And it's also a hero that is difficult to counterpick. Viper's banned already. They banned the sniper. Razor band's interesting. I'm not sure I totally buy that one, but it's fine. So I'm curious to see how OG responds to it, because Huskar is famously, there's Viper and there's Sniper, and then I'm not sure, there's not that much else.
Who against Huskar?
Against Huskar, yeah.
You didn't even mention AA.
AA is not going to lane mid, though.
No, I know it's not.
That's the problem.
Well, it doesn't stipulate. I'm just saying. Done a couple things out there. They got a fair chunk of reserve time, though, for the side of Liquid, so they do get to think about it.
They do. They could go for Mickey's hero. They could go for a new Boxy hero.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, that Wind Ranger is what's given the flex right now.
Yeah.
And then this was what I was worried about when they first opened with the Wind Ranger, is how do you make it not look like a pick to deny it from OG? How do you make it really fit into your draft? And I do think this really relies on where are they going to flex it and how is it going to support everything else.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a sore thumb. In some ways, like Wind Ranger and Huskar have some ways in which they help each other, that they're both pretty skirmishy fighting heroes, so you can have a really fast lineup. I wonder if this is... I'm really curious what kind of Batrider this is. Boxy likes this hero a lot. I think that's the most likely. It's probably support Batrider. 4Bat's also really good against Clockwork because he wants to fight on the side. Clockwork's like big advantage is that he's the king of the jungle. He runs through and you can't fight him because Battery Assault is such a powerful 1v1 spell. But Batrider, he spaces you and he stickies you, and now Batrider is the king of the jungle, and Clockwork has lost his biggest strength, which is this skirmishing, early fighting. Not to mention, he can't even go near the mid lane because he does literally nothing to Huskar. So this
literally nothing.
I'm not exaggerating. It's also a great support against TA. So you mentioned how can they shut the TA down in lane. This is a way to try that. Maybe it's not enough, but it is probably one of the best fours. What the heck? Really?
That is not what I thought you would say, seeing a Leshrac.
Toka is Leshrac? No, I think it's this is a weird pick. I don't, it's not good against Huskar. It's really bad against Huskar. I also think, especially since Chronoptic Nourishment has become the main facet.
You have to, sorry, the names are so confusing for me. You have to detail it instead.
Yeah, so it's the one where when you hit dudes with mana, you get mana.
Yes, okay.
Leshrac was slightly better against Huskar when you had the bursty facet because you could blink on him, and in the mid game when you got to blink, there was some change dynamics. But now Leshrac is a tanky hero. You buy Greaves, you survive, and against Huskar, you aren't doing that. So unless you're gonna win the lane, like you're kind of committed to winning the lane with a 2-0-3 skill build, and if that doesn't happen, then the mid game I think is very rough. And so I think there's a lot of weight on the lanes for OG here. If you look at both teams' lineups, if they can't fight, there's not these typical fast farming heroes. There's not heroes you look at them and you think these are great comeback heroes. And so I think the early game is really important, how the lanes go, the rotations, you know, a lot of weight on these supports. And maybe I think Yopaj, this is a ballsy move, picking Leshrac into Huskar like this. Like, he's calling Nisha's bluff, saying, I can do well in this lane. And he needs to prove that. He also has Misanthropy queued up, so he's not...
Oh, he changed facet.
And I don't know if this, I think you can't take this one anymore. It's been so nerfed that the burst, I don't think is fast enough.
Oh no.
So I'm dubious of this. In fact, he's taken Misanthropy and not Chronoptic.
So you were more in the boat when it was the other facet, and now you're just like, there's too much relying on it.
Yeah, I just think Huskar, he eats you for lunch, and you can't burst him fast enough.
Okay, in return. Very quickly, though, before the game does begin, Wind Ranger is going to be Mickey now, so there was that potential flex. Do you like it? First pick carry for themselves, and you're like, it doesn't stick out as that sore thumb that you had issues with before.
Yeah, I think the Wind Ranger's chill, and the bat rounds their stuff out well.
Alrighty, we're kind of sitting in the camp of Liquid here. We were always wondering, is there going to be that upward trajectory for themselves? But they get a fresh new start at Blast Slam here, coming up against OG.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Should be a fun one here with OG versus Liquid. I'm Eddie Pixel, of course, joined by Fogged. Fogged, we're getting a Huskar game come out, right? These are going to happen in these best of ones. What do you think of it here? And what do you think of sort of OG's response to the Nisha Huskar?
I mean, a pretty disgusting Huskar pick, I have to be honest with you. You saw the two supports are in just misery, but we have to wait for a sec because OG, they're going for the first blood. Poxy will scout it. Awkward.
Looks like OG won't be able to get their hands on him.
So Yeah, when you see these two supports, it's miserable to play versus Huskar. You do nothing to him. Cogs literally don't work. You know that, so you just walk right through them because you have no mana. They can't bonk you, nothing. So, Boxy.
No. He might have gotten away from them on the high ground on the other high ground, but he didn't expect to find them on the other high ground, and he finds them on the other high ground. In fact, when they find him, they're actually getting good damage in on the Tofu as well. Tofu will get away, but first blood there secured for OG. As OG, has a very smart move there that very much caught Liquid by surprise. They're like, well, if they're up one high ground, surely they can't be up the other. Spoiler, they were.
This is called preparation at its finest before a game, right? You identify exactly what you want to do before the game. You get your wards out. You see they double block the camps. Beautiful. So that Tide, this Bat Rider likes to play with stacks. Same thing with the Kunkka. So that'll be very good to at least prevent those. Yeah. So a nice heads-up move there, too, with the wraparound, right? You show on one side and then go to the other. Definitely not expected there from Liquid. And yeah, we'll see how these lanes go, because he did decide to pick that Lesh versus the Huskar. The lane, you can win as a Lesh, but in the game, we'll see what ends up happening, since he does go for Misanthropy, which means he's going to be going for more burst kills. See if he pivots his build, too, because usually when you do Misanthropy, you go Blink, you don't go Greaves. So I'll have to see what adjustments are made here. And yeah, as I was mentioning, Clockwork and Skywrath versus Huskar, a pretty dirty pick by Liquid.
And what do you make of these sort of side lanes overall? Now, up top, we've got a pretty safe lane from OG with this TA backed up by the clock. Up against an off-lane Kunkka. Here I feel like, at least from what me and you were expecting, we're actually seeing show up in kind of picks and bans a little more than we expected.
Yeah, 100% too. I was asking Kezu a bit about it because of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it seems like it's just on the rise. It's maybe not an S tier offlaner by any means, but it's starting to be in the rankings of like the A and Bs. People are trying to find substitutes for the, the Brews, the Centaurs, the Tides, these super S tier offlaners. So we'll have to see what he wants to do with it with build. Probably going to be some team fighty build. So looking forward to see what he can do with it and how much aggression they can put on top.
Scam. Trying to get the catch onto Tofu. Tofu is out of the cogs. So yeah, so far in the mid lane, 7-4 on Nisha. Yopaj 4-4. So Nisha starting to get that little bit of a lead here against Yopaj on his Lesh rack. So we'll see if that continues for this edge for the Huskar.
It's quite surprising that he decided to go for this Lesh. And he's not going for the win lane build, right? Where you go for the lightning plus the stun that Quinn was talking about. He's going for the I'm gonna try to kill you afterwards. This is curious. We'll see if it ends up working for him, because these denies are definitely going to start to rack up in the laning phase, since you can't guarantee last hits with only that 1 point in lightning as easy.
Yes, definitely has the early signs of being quite a rough outcome for OG in the mid lane.
And we're mentioning, the Huskar overall, the matchup, playing versus the two supports can be pretty devastating. TA can kill you. But if you're ahead on the Huskar, you can absolutely just kind of take over pretty well.
Top! They'll kill the TA for now.
Get the kill.
Tofu and Ace able to get in under the tower. Get the kill. Sure, Tofu goes down in response, but they'll be happy with that one, Liquid, taking this carry TA out of the lane.
Will survive. Boxy's gonna go for this Lotus here.
No, he can't quite stand his ground for this. He's gonna pay with his life for that, surely. He'll put the stick charges. So will not save him, so OG able to strike back here, back on the bottom lane. Mid lane as well, Yopaj is trying for the aggression on towards Nisha, but they end up killing each other. Yopaj did indeed kill him first, though. So Yopaj coming out on top there, sees the chance to get aggressive. He goes for it, and that's not an easy call to make.
I mean, he kind of needs to get that kill. Look at the CS. It's 7-4 to 14-11. So he
has to go all in for that play.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I mean, it ends up being it's absolute worth. He's even net worth now because of that. So it's a risk, but it's high risk, high reward from him.
Yeah, to know that he could get away with that, and only just a heads-up move there from Yopaj. Very much pushing for a play, super high risk play, but absolutely pays off. He gets out on top of that one.
Like if he dies there, and it doesn't, the game can actually collapse so quickly. So it's very big that he gets that, keeps his levels. He'll be able to probably get the rune because of it too, with Tim's checking bottom. Very cool. So these side lanes are very oppressive, and by side lanes I mean the off lanes in terms of how much pressure they can do, but Clockwork is one of the better ones at stopping that aggression, so I'm actually a bit surprised they got that kill on Natsumi early. We'll see how it continues to go though, because Bat is one of the better heroes at being oppressive, but Clock is one of the better ones at being defensive to prevent that aggression.
See if that situation happens again around the mid. Yopaj, he's going to be ready to get a bit aggressive, but the creep wave is there, so too many things to tank up his spells.
He's queued up the Blink Rush, so he is going back to the old days. Even though it's been nerfed. Yeah, we'll have to watch for the annoying the funny interaction, right? When you see the Clockwork rock the Huskar at some point and Cogs do nothing. I literally don't pick Clockwork right now because of this. Every time I picked Clockwork in the last like 5 days or 6 days, I get Huskard and I don't want to play.
You just get Huskar. Down on the safe lane at the moment. Mickey 23 and 11.
Well.
Response, Nikko also getting fine farm out of the lane against him.
Ooh, rotation come in.
I want to try and punish the Brute. I'll get the shackle to open.
He's durable, but is he durable enough?
He's got backup coming in from Skem. Oh, Nikko's still alive. Finally, the power shot is there from Mickey to cut him down, get the kill. We'll buy time for them to set up on towards Tim's on top of that. So Liquid, they'll get the both of them. Skem tried to turn up and help out, but not a whole lot he could do there to save the two of them. Liquid getting the 2 kills.
I honestly, super heads up from Tofu. So what they do is they single pull, and they expect them to contest the single pull, and that's when Tofu TPs. So really smart.
Yeah, he wants to try and interrupt them getting the Lotus, but he might have just given up his own life as well. So Liquid, they'll end up finding a 3rd kill down here in quick succession on this safe lane. A little bit of a strike back from Tims and Nikko, but they won't. Well, maybe Boxy's going to tick down low to the grenade, but he's got stick charges. He's fine. So Liquid, that's sort of 3 kills that Mickey's just sort of been able to get the chance to get involved in. We'll see again in the mid. Yopaj trying with another attempt to chase down Nisha. But of course, as the levels start to rack up for the Huskar, it's going to get harder and harder for him to get away with those sort of plays. Doesn't get away with it this time. Very unlikely that we see him get that chance to take Nisha down solo again.
Yeah, very unlikely. 26-24 on Nisha, insane amount of denies. It really is starting to rack up as Yopaj has gone for that commit for the kills. CS across the board for Liquid looks pretty solid. We're seeing the Kunkka in that 1v1 versus that TA continuing to get pretty much absolute free farm and some extra denies, in fact. And okay, so it's a Shiva's rush. So Kezu was telling me it's a Shiva rush meta, that what a lot of these Kunkkas are doing. I thought maybe he got us item in between, but cool. I mean, it makes your team fighting overall around boat and everything incredibly potent. Very cool. We did just see the effect of a early Shiva's what it can do, right? We did see RCY in that first game. Of course, it was like one of the best Shiva games you could have versus the healing and all that, but Shiva's is a very, very powerful item. If you're able to get it at a good timing. And yeah, getting that free farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this mid area now, not an appealing place for OG to bring anyone over towards. Nisha should have.
Yeah.
Pretty much complete freedom around here.
And the complicated thing is, too, is what we were mentioning was it's not just about, you know, versus the Lash where you can do a lot of damage. The supports can't really rotate to kill a Huskar. The Cogs don't do anything, as we're mentioning, and Sky is difficult. Bottom.
They're gonna go straight away for Nikko. Try and punish him before he hits the 6. They'll be able to take him down. Yopaj has turned up with the TP. Tofu's out of there. Boxy, he'll get left behind. So Yopaj at least getting Boxy with the rotation, but not able to punish Mickey. Again, you know, Mickey getting the chance to get involved in these kills, and quite a nice one always to just to be able to slow down that Brew at this level 5. Delay is level 6. The way they've handled the safe lane's been pretty solid from Liquid.
Honestly, a huge deal. His Brewmaster a lot of the times just ends up getting his free level 6 in a lot of these games that I've seen. They've done a great job of just shutting him down. Ace is almost level 8 in comparison to the level 5 Brewmaster. It's going to have a pretty big effect.
Ace is going to go for the setup. See what OG do in reaction to this. They do not want to allow Natsumi to get taken down. Big rotation from Liquid as they bring Mickey over as well to try and take the TA down. They'll get the shackle shot. It is underneath the tower though, and they won't be able to push on for further damage as Tofu will fall. Yopaj comes in with the response, and they're ready to start chasing down kills themselves, OG, as Yopaj in on top of Mickey. And ends up being a disastrous move here for Liquid. They went too aggressive around this tier 1. And OG punished them easily. Yopaj turns up, ends up getting a huge kill there, being able to take Mickey down.
And after such a safe start on the bottom lane, on the safe lane for Liquid, they just get a little bit ahead of themselves. They're going for that aggressive dive on top.
My brain kind of lagged a little bit, I'll be honest with you. I didn't get to see if the refraction blocked the boat damage. I know he popped it right at the end. I think it might have, and that might have been what saved him. I could be wrong, but either way, little things is what matters here, as a overcommitted move there. When Ace was having such a good time, OG's able to come in, get these nice cleanup kills, and get tons of levels for themselves off that too. Pretty big mistake. Punished.
Anisha,
Yopaj.
with the armlet complete.
Got good timing. Yopaj is getting all the power runes, though. We saw there he had, I believe, what, the haste, and then he had a secondary rune afterwards. So he is getting good rune control, even though he's versus this Huskar who's having such a good laning phase. He's actually ahead. He's getting the runes. He's having successful rotations, at least in terms of gold. So that blink is going to come out pretty early, and this like Mikke could be in some dangerous positions here if he's not careful versus this Lesh blink early. Like, this is just a dead Wind Ranger if he sees him. All right, Yopaj.
Because as soon as that's there, is he going to be looking for a smoke play around one of those supports to just run at this Wind Ranger?
Or around the Brew, because the Brew has Split and Vessel available, so they could look to... I mean, maybe go for... They could maybe look for a fight around the enemy jungle and then look for like a mid tower or something if they want. They do have options with this blink. Very good fighting with it. With that plus the Brew.
Delivery will hold it in the trees for now. Doesn't want to get the blink dagger spotted out by Liquid.
They're going to smoke with it and hunt the Wind Ranger. Looks like they'll at least smoke and... Yeah, they're hunting the Wind.
That would be the big catch. They can ensure that Mikke continues to struggle. I mean, already such a gap between that of the farm of Mikke and Natsumi.
And that's going to continue unless Mikke gets some kills, right? This TA farm's way faster.
Myself for Tofu.
Heads up plays.
Mikke should be safe.
Starting to get a lot going here. And mid also has to be a bit careful here on Liquid. OG's in the area. Other rune. Nisha.
Yopaj is in again.
Ooh, the hook shot. Not quite getting the reach there. I see them turn with the shards. They'll get the catch on a Yopaj. And Yopaj is going to get punished for that one. They kill him off. Natsumi, he's turned up to the action. Does want to see if they can still try and find more out of this. Nikko here as well, ready with the split. They want to dive for tier 1, but Liquid, they've got the full 5-man here ready to hold strong. So OG, they won't push in.
If they land the hook, very likely they can kill and do something else there, but I think either the slow or the turnaround, it's just right off the mark. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so close. It was just a little bit too short, just to the side. It nearly got the connection.
It's either because of the lightning slow or because he turned to use the inner fire, and then it's like right on the left side of him. It was super close. That slows down a good amount of aggression because OG, ideally, they want to get that kill, use Brew Split, and take the tower. So that means this tower is going to survive in quite a few more minutes than I think OG wanted it to. Now they'll back up, probably farm, get the Deso for the TA.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, for Natsumi, with how good of a start he's had in terms of farm, he doesn't really want to be dragged into too many of those fights where there's not a guaranteed positive outcome for OG, right? Because he's getting so much from the jungle, so much from the farm. You know, his timing's very important. There's no need to sort of slow his game down on any unnecessary risks right now once he's hitting these timings.
Ace, looks like they don't want to full dive the tower for him there with the 2 heroes. Nikko was considering coming toward, but looks like that fight's not going to happen as Liquid. They're the ones actually smoking up. Ult's at the ready.
See what they can get here with the catch of Ace and Tofu.
Tims.
Looks like it'll just be Tims. I mean, Natsumi, does he want to try and fight back? He's going to try. A look towards Tofu. Let's look at the punch off on towards Tims. Jump forward though from Yopaj. Tofu's into the trees with a hook shot from Skem finds him. They take Tofu down. With a 1-for-1 on the supports.
Tim's got the initial silence on the bat, so that was actually really nice. Gets a little bit of extra cleanup there, 1-for-1 from an aggressive mood from Liquid. Now, OG, that's that T1 that they want to look for. It's maybe got stalled for about 2.5 minutes, but now looks like they should be able to finish it up.
Yeah, there'll be no attempt from Liquid to try and hold on to the tower this time round.
Yeah, they're not set up for it, and there's no goat up available, so not going to look to contest. Man, Nikko is just so underfarmed, Owen. That's the big thing I'm really looking at.
This game's going to be so hard if OG start to really speed things up. You know, around this sort of solid timing of the Deso coming out in Natsumi. Like, they could really take over the game pretty drastically in the next kind of 5 to 10 minutes or so. And Liquid, how do they slow it down? Well, Boxy, he's going to get found here down bottom. Nikko and Yopaj take him out. But yeah, even at the moment, you know, it's 8 to 11. It's just a 1k gold difference. OG definitely have the tools and potential of how much fun they have on Natsumi to completely blow this game wide open.
I mean,
over the next
kill Anisha. Like, a kill Anisha is going to completely slow down Liquid, even more so as... Oh my god, no way.
They saw him still. Oh, he's going to go for the TP. They've got the damage to kill him, though. Natsumi comes in with that Deso hit. With the mail, gets the kill on top of it all. Liquid, they're going to have some problems here, Fogged.
I'm trying to think when they feel like they're going to be in a better spot. It might just be around Ace's Shivas, really. Because fighting into Brew ult at this point is very complicated because of how tough your Wind Ranger's game is, too. Because if Mickey shows up, he's dead, right? Either the Brew dispels him, throws in the air, drops him, or the Lash is just going to stick on him. So it's incredibly difficult for Mickey. And the rest of the team now is just starting to hemorrhage these kills. I mean, OG, these last 7 minutes or 8 minutes or so feels like it's been completely dominant from them.
It's just sort of hard to see a scenario in which Liquid's going to be able to slow them down.
Yeah, especially because, like, soon you see the aggressive wards too. Like, I have to give a lot of credit to OG's preparation and just teamwork this game. All 3 lanes are covered. They see mid, they see bot, they see top. They have a hero that can take Roche. So they could potentially even look to accelerate things and go for that Roche pretty soon, since they have all the information of Liquid.
No,
One ward will go down, though.
Yeah, OG knows very well how to play when they start to get this kind of momentum, get ahead. Seen it many times from their lineup.
And Yopaj, another, I actually need to check the log. How many is that? Another power rune. I feel like that's been pretty much all of them. Illusion, shields, regens, hastes, etc. So great rune control, which is very important for a hero like Lesh. Huskar's not really going to check those as often.
And it's just, you know, because outside of the potential of a Wind Ranger, like, where is the carrying coming from? Because obviously Nishi's gone for this build, right, where he's going like the armlet into force. He's got a Crimson Guard picked up. You know, these aren't kind of the items that's going to mean that he can sort of step in to be that incredible scaling carry. You know, they're going to lose the bat here. They'll lose Tofu. But it's just, you kind of look at the lineup and say, who on Liquid's going to carry this game, Fog?
Yeah, because Nisha, I think overall, he wanted to have a much more explosive game of snowballing.
Yeah.
Because TA, as Quinn was saying, like TA versus the Huskar, it's this hard physical damage hero that is going to just be able to wreck through that Huskar if you're not ahead on Huskar. And by no means is he ahead, he's 4K behind.
Yeah, this is... It's starting to get rough. It's starting to really have the sort of early signs of this game getting very rough for Liquid. They'll get the catch on to Skem.
But it's a clockwork, he doesn't care. That's a boat. Uh-oh. Oh, and this is... I mean, Liquid, I know they've had some a couple of rough things recently, but man, this accelerated really quickly.
It really did. It really, really did. And as I say, you kind of look at the 3 cores of Liquid and you kind of go, oh, who's going to be able to carry this game? And then you look at the 3 cores of OG and you're like, well, any of these cores could carry the game. You know, they've got 3 cores ready to carry, and Liquid, they had 3 cores not ready to carry. That's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much since that top move, when they went when they were ahead, when they were like 2 levels ahead even, they go for that top lane. Since then, it's been, yeah, OG just running the show.
Liquid's what's going to be the move? What's going to be the play to get them back in this? They'll throw out a Scam, but they're not heading anywhere over towards the Roshan. It's going to be a free Roche, free Aegis here for Natsumi.
Yeah, this is hard. Brewmaster's 3 pieces toward the Aghanims as well too will have level 2 ult. There's very little ways for you to kill him without him getting ulti off even at this point, since you have no silences. I mean, I guess they need quite a bit more time for Mickey in particular. He needs BKB to be able to fight, but my god, that's going to take a long time in the Biotize and farms BKB. Natsumi probably going to farm 2 items.
Yeah, Natsumi's just getting so much out of the map right now.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what Liquid does do to slow things down. They need something, though.
Yeah.
Foxy, he's close to Blink, so at least they'll have that shit save potential. They have Ace with the Shivas. So maybe this is their go time. They've got quite a bit of item pickups. Let's see if they can connect.
Okay. They've got to find something from this.
Yeah.
If this smoke doesn't
big timing.
get them something... Let's have a look. They've got their eyes on Nikko. They drag back here with the lasso. They've got the control. They'll be able to blow him up before he gets a chance to get the split off. It's a good catch there.
Yeah. Apologies, that's right. My bad. They have the inner fire. Okay. I was like, they don't have any silences. I'm an idiot. Yeah, they do have the inner fire, so that's actually more than enough after the lockdown. And that's around the Tormentor, too.
Yeah, good couple of steps here from Liquid.
Yeah, that's big step. Nice catch. Slow down anything from OG. Get your timings going. BKB on the horizon for Mickey.
Now imagine with what the
OG.
3 minutes left on OG. Yeah, they want to try and fight.
They want to fight. No lasso. Good.
There's the opening. They're going to get the hook shot cogs onto the two of them. They do manage to get the save with the snowball. So a little bit of safety here for the 3 of them. Can they actually get out? The boat's coming in. Nisha, he'll be able to slide away. Liquid getting away from these initial attempts from OG, but OG, they want to continue to chase. Now Sumi's got the blink back up, but Boxy, he's also able to jump away to the high ground. Mickey, he ends up being the one to be caught, though. Ace is now surrounded it by the primal split. Sets up for Natsumi to get the double kill here as the TA. I mean, it almost looked like Liquid were going to be able to get away with this and get out of there, but it ends up being that they still lose their, their off lane and their main man. Now Mickey dead again.
Can they get any trades here? No. A great snowball, honestly. It was actually really nice. I think Boxy just got the blink delivered like a couple seconds before that, but they couldn't get out. The cogs are on him. Skem?
I'll sell for Skem.
We'll get caught. Yeah, team fights. Difficult.
It's not easy. Especially pre-BKB right on Mickey. It's almost like he can't turn up before he has that BKB done. He's close to it, about 1,000 gold away from the BKB recipe, having the BKB complete, but as we're seeing there, if he tries to get involved before that point, they will go straight for him.
Yeah, he'll either get the wind run dispelled or he'll get thrown in the air. I think that one, it actually maybe just like expired, then he got stunned and Natsumi blinked onto him. But yeah, Natsumi also, let's see what he wants to go for next, because as he said, he's absolutely massive. He buys his own shard as well, too. The silence is going to be annoying. Could just go for that MKB if he feels as aggressive as possible, or can go a more defensive posture. We'll see.
He's going to head up to the top side of the map.
This wraparound.
They might find some members of Liquid. Okay, Nisha's already out. It's just Boxy that's sticking around here, so... Big Paws have left the area.
Okay, no. He did get the shard for free on the Tusk, but he does only have level 1 shards, so only lasts, what, 4 seconds, I think, so can't even clear the wave.
Just this TA, Natsumi nearly level 20. 16k net worth.
Insane.
Sort of 6.5 ahead of that of Mickey on the Wind Ranger. Okay, this TA play's been pretty flawless from Natsumi.
Yeah, and he's just queuing up data lists, so maybe not like worrying too much about Wind Ranger. He wants everything else too versus the Huskar, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's pretty fair,
sense.
right? He's probably looking at Mickey. He's like, well, I'm not worried about that. He's not worried about the Wind Ranger right now. Killing the Huskar, killing the Kunkka, sure. Let's get the big crazy damage. We're gonna kill this Wind Ranger anyway. It doesn't matter.
Nice force. Instant by Tofu, almost like he completely saw that one coming, and I think he did because of the ward, so be able to have that save. Aegis reclaimed, but tower bottom starting to get some pressure onto it here. This TA is gonna hurt. It's like a normal game for everybody else's net worth, and then the TA looks like an alchemist almost, right?
Yeah, so crazy stuff from Natsumi. Set up the game, very nice from him. I mean, from Liquid's perspective, what do you think it was that went kind of not to plan in the early game that's caused this game to sort of fall into this position where they've not been able to do anything to slow this TA down.
This, I mean, the top play, honestly, it really was just that one top aggressive play that they went for that went horribly wrong, and they lost 3 heroes. Besides that, it did feel like it was in like an okay kind of spot. That would be the main one that I guess I would focus on. So Nisha, Crimson Guard is done. So this might be one of the first Crimsons I've seen on a Huskar. But it's pretty interesting because it cannot be dispelled anymore. So Brewmaster can't just do the thing that he used to do.
OG, they seem to sense that this is coming for them. Topher's going to go for the jump ball. We'll get the lasso. It's going to be onto Tim's. They burst through the Skywrath. Can they now actually get out? I mean, they're trying to bail away from this one, but Nisha's sort of been left behind. Mickey and Ace considering if they can help out. But
hookshot.
He's able to get it with a hookshot. Cox on towards 2 of them. Mickey turns with the shackle, but Yopaj is in with the damage. Mickey will be able to put the BKB in time, so we'll survive and be able to finish off Skem. See with the remainder of the Primal Split. OG continue to chase on forward. Split comes to an end now. They'll turn towards Nikko.
Nisha.
There's the stun from Yopaj coming into play. Snowball will buy a little bit of safety here for Nisha as Nisha survives for now. Natsumi will turn, take down Boxy. Mickey and Nisha, they're going to try and run, but Mickey will fall. Nisha attempts to jump back in on towards Nikko. He'll kill off the Brew, but he'll likely lose his life for this as Natsumi and Yopaj clean him up. Natsumi with the triple. Looking over now towards Ace. Ace will manage to escape with the TP, but it's another fight that, you know, Natsumi, he's just coming out on top every single time. It's pretty much all the money that he needs to finish off that Daedalus. They just can't deal with this TA.
They really can't. I mean, this was literally Liquid being like, okay, maybe we can. We have 3 or 4 heroes. It's just a TA and a Lash. But there's also the Brew who's tanking everything. And that TA ends up getting that full cleanup. Full Daedalus now. His damage continues to skyrocket. My goodness. He is so far gone.
I mean, who kills the TA? Like, how do they deal with this TA at this point?
And they got to get the initiation onto him, but that's just with how Natsumi's playing. It is very unlikely.
There's just crazy levels of farm, and just crazy levels of difference in farm. It's what, just 26 minutes in, and especially in the fact that the game overall, you know, it's just a 4K lead for OG. But yeah, the fact that he's double the enemy carry, double Mickey's farm at this stage of the game.
I will also say, I want to, you know, because I think Quinn will give a lot of highlight about this too, or I think he will, is how Yopaj is doing 7-2-6 versus the Huskar. So he was very confident in his own pick. And so far, they're playing around it really nicely. Again, I think he's gotten almost every single power rune, bar one of them maybe. He's got a haste rune again to play with. And they're looking for the fight. Brew Split is up.
All right. Oh, Mickey. Oh, no, not again. They've caught him. That's Mickey dead. And OG, they're ready to start looking for more. So Nikko, caught by the silence of the punch-up, but he's still pretty beefy. They've got the lasso, but they're not going to be able to stop it yet. The split off, the split's there. Boxy's dead. Nisha surrounded by the Brewlings. The damage flies in again from Natsumi. This might be one of those games that I don't know how much more they're going to want to play at this, Fogged. It is starting to get pretty brutal.
I'm sure Mickey is telling them, he's like, guys, like, I can't even go into these fights as a Wind Ranger. Like, what am I supposed to do? He can't even hit a target.
It's going to be Roche here for them once again. They set it up easily. They take the team fight. They head to the pit. Natsumi's going to be able to get this Roche. He's going to be able to start working on his MKB as well. 2,000 gold in the bank.
This Brew hero is also just a big problem, as you're saying. Like the Kunkka, you can see the effect, and why I was saying like I would put Kunkka as like maybe like an A or B. Brewmaster, this Aghanim is just so crazy. He's level like 11 or 12, and he has level 3 split, or level 12. You have level 3 split. So you're just running in. You're unbelievably powerful, and they don't really have, as you saw there, it's very close to them having the damage, but it's just not quite there to kill them in a lot of situations at the deficit. Just does too much.
Eyes on Natsumi, but it's just not a target they can go on. He's got an Aegis, and even if they didn't have an Aegis, there's a high chance he might just still kind of 1v3 them in some of these situations.
So OG so far, like I'm very impressed with their movements, but also their warding. Owen, look again, they're standing on top of a ward here. Liquid.
Some deep
the same ward from earlier. Very deep ones as well. And I've been constantly seeing them have so much information on the map, so they're actually just seeing all the stuff that Liquid's planning. Besides just wards, they have traps as well too, so it's hard for Liquid to get out and do stuff, really. It might be gem. Honestly, it might be gem situation. They don't have money though. Like I think either the Tusk or the Bat have to buy a gem for them to try to recontrol the map a little bit. Because yeah, they're just everyone is seen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And yeah, that's the MKB. So Natsumi, he'll be able to likely just completely focus fire the Wind Ranger.
I mean, he pretty much might, what, 2-shot Mickey? Maybe 3-shot, but it's the Wind Ranger's going to die very quickly.
Yeah.
For the TA hit.
I think most heroes will, except for the Kunkka.
Yeah.
And it's actually OG who are the ones who have bought the gem themselves to continue to constrict the map and control things. Even though they're not the ones playing versus TA traps, either way, it has a similar effect of control. Boxy.
Natsumi ready to just start running at them here.
Top.
Yep, Yopaj, he's got to catch on to Tofu. Tofu's going to try and Firefly. Well, we'll manage to get the blink off, so it looks like Tofu will survive this time round. Stun not quite having the range there to catch him, so Tofu will manage to evade the efforts there from Yopaj.
Liquid just desperately trying to push out the waves. One more level for Nikko. And he's got level 4 Bruce Split, of course.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Liquid just trying to make the most out of this time where they're getting a few moments to kind of catch their breath. Try and get these next big items online. Mickey still trying to finish off that Mjolnir. Nisha pretty close to having the Aghanims done. Pickoffs will continue on the map though. That's another one for Natsumi.
It's catching their breath, but then getting punched in the stomach and losing it all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gains are just so small that they're getting out of any of this downtime too. Sure, you've got your pipe finished, right? Like these small little items that are coming up, but OG's getting, yeah, they're getting more, and it just feels like they're scaling. They're scaling quite a bit more too. The Wind Ranger's farm rate is just so slow.
It really is.
Behind like this and isn't getting killed.
Is this just sort of the nature of this hero then?
I think if you're not running around getting these early kills and stuff too, yeah, I do think so. Also, not the easiest game.
No, true. As yeah, we're definitely seeing just yeah, Mickey absolutely struggling up against just, getting any chance of keeping up with Natsumi on the TA. Natsumi, 26k net worth coming up. He's level 24 as well on the TA. So not just the gold, but also the levels. Yeah, 7 level difference between the carries right now.
Mm-hmm. And Yopaj now, he's gotten hit, 20 talents is the big one that we like to talk about always. Is now he's got this edict that's hitting 2 targets as well. So even more potent in the fights. Nisha, I guess the next timing will be Ag's Nisha, right? It has to be for them to try for something, but into this age is still for 50. Don't think they'll fight just yet. Can't believe this base ward is still there. Full duration, by the way, Owen. Scam is base ward.
I guess it's just what you don't expect to sort of have in that position at this portion of the game.
They haven't even really hit the tier 3, right? So it's like, when would they have even placed it almost in a way? So yeah, it was a very sneaky one that he was able to do. So for Liquid, the one thing that they do have especially is pretty decent high ground defense, right? They have Lasso, they have the Tidal Wave too, so if it's out there at their base, perhaps they can do something, but fighting outside, I feel like feels almost impossible.
Skems in. Oh. Neutral camp gets in the way there of Skem's hook shot, so Boxy will find the freedom to escape.
They'll kill those ogres out of frustration. Okay, Ag's done. They're gonna try. They have to 100 to 0 target, otherwise the fight is, incredibly lost. Have to catch one immediately. Ideally, one of these big cores.
Oh, can they get the jump on Yopaj? They're not going to catch wind of him. They're going to settle for Tims. So Tims will die. But now the information is given. Yeah, okay, they're going to see if they can kind of combo it into the second move. Natsumi, he just turns and immediately kills Tofu. Oh, okay.
that was, you know, the gank not working out as they hoped for there with that smoke move. Mickey has to put the BKB try. That's one hit, that's two hit. That's the two-shot there coming in from Natsumi. Mickey's dead. Ace is going to get clipped by the stun from Yopaj. They'll run him down. Triple kill. For Natsumi, give him an ultra. There it is. Give him the rampage. They've caught Nisha. They'll surround him. Natsumi gets the rampage. Wow. This game, this TA, incredible stuff from OG and from Natsumi in particular. He's now 30k net worth. He said, you know what? I've doubled Mickey's net worth. Let me try and triple it before the game's over.
I love how he stood his ground, too. That was, like, honestly, a Lakad Matatag moment, right? Standing his ground on the high ground, pops the trap, one-shots the bat, pretty much. Two shots the Wind Ranger. Giga Chad moment there from Natsumi. Pure confidence.
Now, this is a rough game from Liquid. Definitely one where they're going to sort of have to go back to the drawing board on the approach, as it did not work out.
Especially with like the Huskar versus the two supports, right? I don't think we saw this ever occur. There was no Huskar trying to avoid, like, just walking through cogs and killing. No, he never got to play. I feel like overall Liquid didn't get to play the game that they wanted to at all. OG just is kind of destroying them in this game.
I mean, just the fact that you just have to kind of look at the deaths on OG supports, they're just so low. Like these, it's a sky and a clock in a game where you could feed so easily, but they didn't. There was no feeding done here today by OG.
Nope, not at all. And confident to do this with their drafts, right? I did want to highlight that, right? Like last picking the Lash, very confident to do that even into these matchups, playing very well and aggressive. Takes the high risk, high reward play that ended up working out for him, which was absolutely crazy. And yeah, pressure on all fronts. A Hex too now for Yopaj, all out aggression. And yeah, little to see where Liquid can climb in this game. Even now, you know, with Lassos and one on the base, there's not damage either.
Yeah, not when you have this TA just two-shotting and pretty close to one-shotting some of these heroes as well. So we'll go for the jump, a little bit awkward here with the hook shot. They do get the lasso onto Natsumi. What can they do about him though? He's fine.
He's out.
He's out with the blink, ready to reset and ready to maybe get back in and start killing them off once more. The buyback will come out. It really doesn't matter though, as Nisha's caught by the silence. The snowball safe will come in, but Natsumi's in position, ready to start looking to take him down. Takes out Boxy, double kill for Natsumi. There's a dive back on Boxy. Nisha, he's caught.
Give him another
kill.
one.
Let's see if he can get another one. Why not? You know what? He looks towards Ace, jumps forward. Okay, Nikko's ruined it. Nikko. They'll be having talks after this game. But, you know, talks, I'm surrounded by smiles and happiness. This has been quite a game from OG. 33k lead. They're ready to close it up. Onto the tier 4s. Liquid, they don't have anything left to throw at them, as this game looks to be done for them.
Yeah, to be fair, for Nikko, Natsumi did backwards blink by accident once there, so he could have maybe actually gotten more kills.
Liquid, they're going to give it one last attempt here to try and push OG back. Skem, he'll survive. The BKB's ready. 1-2. Tries to look for the third off the side, off the trap. And couldn't quite get the angle. Look at the boat combo down onto Tim's. So they defend. And you know what? Natsumi says, well, you know what? I didn't get my double rampage, so I don't mind if we play on a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now he's got at least a bit more time to reset, go for one more fight. He might still have a rampage in him, this TA.
Yeah, they're just pinging the racks now. They're like, guys, the Raxes are like, they probably could have just died if we didn't do that. It's okay. As they relentlessly dive forward. Roche will be spawning. Liquid, are they going to full out go? It is just the 3 cores at the moment of OG. They have to kind of just go out there. Let's see what they can get.
I mean, Liquid's got to go for the crazy plays. And I'll tell you what, if Liquid could somehow turn this game around, that is going to be one of the crazier comebacks. Yeah, fair play to Liquid here, playing on, doing everything they can here to see if they can somehow turn this game around.
It actually gives them an 8%. I would give it like a 2% or 3%, if that even, but see if they can at least get the rush here.
I mean, they might get the rush. I mean, Natsumi, does he go for a YOLO play here because he feels strong, or is that still a bit risky? That's true, has got Nikko by his side. And with the BKB, will get caught hit by the taunt. They're trying to finish off the roast. They've got the lasso to lock down Nikko. Can they stop him from getting off? They got the punch up. They will. They'll kill him off. So no chance for a primal split. Nikko's gone.
They actually
Liquid. Okay. All right. Back to the pit.
He's got buyback.
Well, there's the hookshot skem. And then he's caught the two of them, Ace. Dropped down the boat. Natsumi's still watching from the sidelines. And he's ready to make the jump. Looks over towards Nikko. Nikko puts the BKB, boxes in with a punch up. They've got a bit of control on towards Natsumi, but not enough to stop him as Ace goes down. Nisha to fall. Indeed, Yopaj able to get in and pick up the Aegis for himself. It's 3 dead on Liquid, no buybacks. They try and give it one last attempt. The one last attempt does not work out as this game is over. GG is called. OG looking to be on a complete other level here today in this game against Liquid. Liquid just couldn't really get it together at all here with their attempt.
No, OG honestly looks I really like their movements. I mean, some pretty high-risk plays that they went for here, especially with the Lesh in particular, but overall, very happy to see this. And Nikko, the Brew, this hero just seems absolutely ridiculous. He can just pretty much win every single one of these team fights. But overall, I will say, the macro game from OG was top notch.
It really was. It really was. Just complete control and enabling Natsumi to pop off phenomenally this game. 19, 1 and 11 on the TA. There was no one on Liquid who could even touch him or get anywhere close to him this game, as OG will take the game.
I don't know if it's too early to say clean gameplay coming out from the Quinn, but it was definitely enjoyable gameplay coming out from OG. Super impressive with everything that's going on for themselves. They get a win there, and you already said it, you know, when it came to the draft, you kind of like that cohesion. Coming out from OG just a little bit more than what Liquid had, and it was very lane dependent for them. The fact that they couldn't shut down that TA, where was the opening really going to come from with the rest of what they had gotten for themselves on the side of Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Liquid kind of got out of class. OG just looked like the better team. I think Natsumi is the best player in this lobby right now. He was absolutely tearing everybody up. He looked, you know, miles ahead of everyone on Liquid. Honestly, he was running circles around them. Had a rough start to the lane. Kunkka was doing very well early on, but they sort of diverted their pressure away. You can see there, you know, putting some ganks toward this bottom lane to shutting down this Brewmaster. And I think a little bit of a misread from Liquid about who they need to pressure. I think that's, you know, a little bit telling how important it is to pressure the right heroes in Dota, and they choose to go after this Brewmaster. Tia gets a free game and she runs away with it. I think if you do the flip side where you let this Brew be and you keep killing this TA, you enable your fighting heroes, then maybe the game looks a little bit different. But Liquid chooses to put their eggs in a different basket, then the basket gets cracked and all the eggs go everywhere.
I feel like this fight is definitely like the clear cut about how they did kind of choose to target that wrong person, right? Mickey essentially getting 3-shot there. The fact that he's able to stand his ground against what feels like this smoke gank going towards him. It's like you have all 5 heroes, and at that moment, it is only the TA. He's able to at least get rid of one of them, the bat, and the rest of OG is so quick to retaliate. You're just wondering, like, where is Liquid supposed to go from there? And yeah, just a lot of different questions about him there. I do have questions around the Kunkka. It sits in a weird spot for me right now where some people are looking at banning it out. It's been in that last phase ban for one of our best of ones. Liquid feel like it's up there enough that they want to open up their second phase by picking it for themselves, but I'm not really sure I can make the connections with a Kunkka pick here.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why they like it either, genuinely. I don't think this is a particularly good Kunkka game. We said it in the draft. I think it's kind of bad against Brewmaster. And you can see he goes for the Shivas first. In a game where, sure, it's good against TA, but there's a lot of magic damage on OG's side. So even if you shut down TA for a little bit, you're going to get burned down by the Vessel, by the Lesh damage, by Clock and Sky. There's, you know, they've got a ton of tools outside of just right-clicking you with physical damage. So, sure, he buys Shivas, but it's not an amazing game for it. And
then he goes back for the pipe.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like Ace had that much impact this game. And if he flipped the item order, I'm not even sure if that would have entirely fixed.
And that was going to be my next question.
Yeah,
that really was.
That's the thing. And I think whenever you see that, right, these are two amazing items, two of the best items in the game. He bought both of them, and he still feels completely useless. And I think to me that's pointing at this hero is not very good.
Right.
I'm genuinely not sure why they're prioritizing it, because I think the hero has been nerfed consecutively quite a few times, and it's a hero that if the early phase, like we said, does not go well, then you end up in a real deep hole. And I think for a team like Liquid right now, who's kind of struggling, who's finding their identity, I think having a lineup that scales okay, that it's okay to play a little slower if things go sloppier, if you're not playing perfect, that's really important, I think, to have that sort of reliance that we can go a little bit later, to not have everything on we need to execute that early game super well, because it's a lot of pressure and it's hard to improve and find your footing if that's the state that you're drafting in.
Right, you kind of just come away and you're like, well, draft felt a bit icky, and then on top of that, our early game just was not good. Then you have a Wind Ranger that can't play from behind, a Kunkka that doesn't really do anything because he really does need certain times, and then a Husker, which has always kind of really struggled in the later parts of a game if you can shut him down in that middle part. And OG were doing all of that. It felt like at any point they were everywhere on the map, and we've described tier 1 teams in the past, teams that go on to win TI in that form, and that's kind of what OG is bringing to the table right now in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm genuinely super impressed. Like, we've seen it over the past months. Before they had that sort of break, they just kept getting better and better and better and having better showings, and I think this is a great start to the tournament. I think it wasn't flawless, and I think this Leshrac pick, if you, like, for instance, if this is against Falcons, you will not get away with this Leshrac pick against Huskar. I think part of this is, and I think that's sort of a skill in drafting, is you're calling specific players' bluffs sometimes, not even so much as the heroes. Like, you see a Huskar there, and you know it's a Nisha Huskar. Nisha's an amazing player, but he's not a Huskar specialist by any means. And so I think you can get away with a little bit more against this Huskar than you would against some other Huskars. And so there's a line you toe there. And, you know, Giannis mentioned it in the draft that there's a lot,
Please
like,
call him by his real name.
Fogged, I'm sorry. Fogged mentioned in the draft that, you know, they picked this Lesh into Huskar. Yopaj calls his shot, says, I got this guy. And he did have this guy. He had a great game, despite playing into a really hard lane and sort of a scary matchup. And I think that's a great sign for a team. You have the confidence to do that. That's really impressive.
You questioned his choice of changing the facet at the last minute. Do you see now? Because it's like you did say it at the end, that you could see reasons for both facets, right? But you did lean towards the, what is it, Chronoptic?
Chronoptic Nourishment.
Yeah, how did I forget that?
Yeah,
My bad, yeah.
No, I can see why he takes it. I mean, I think like, Chronoptic Nourishment is basically no facet, right? It's just you get to spam your spells in lane. And so it's, if you do lose the lane or the lane doesn't go well, it's a disaster. Because your W spell is very, very bad unless you're ahead and you're being the tanky boy. So it makes more sense thematically for him to be a Blinky Bear and jump in. No, there's theming in draft, you know?
No, I know there is.
Yeah.
It's just,
So I think
terminology.
If he can get away with it, then it makes more sense. It's really just about how he gauges the lane, and he gauged it correctly.
You ready to crown him as a S-tier Lesh player? As one yourself?
I'll give him A+. He's not quite at S yet. Mid one's the only S tier Lesh right now.
Bro, Yopaj has to work so hard. SEA's got to work like tenfold than everyone else to prove their worth.
What do you mean? Mid one has got like, higher placements. I don't remember what place. They won a LAN. They won a LAN. If OG wins a LAN, he's an S tier Lesh.
Oh my goodness! All you gotta do is win a LAN to get an S tier.
Well, yeah, it's not. We're not talking about P tier. It's S tier. It's S tier for a reason. We don't hand those out willy nilly. You get an S tier. I'm not Oprah Winfrey.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Just the way that you did it. Well, look, all right, we will reserve it to see how they do progress throughout this tournament, of course. But before we do, something else that really stood out for me on the side of OG was the warding, right? We already talked about it. They really knew how to handle themselves in the lanes, but it's out of that Liquid weren't really able to combat here is just I want to say the next level of the OG wards coming out from the supports.
Yeah, they're very sneaky. They're not in these standard spots. They're not putting hill wards, which I think is a classic bait that you're like, oh, it gives a ton of vision. I'm going to put it on the hill. Click. And then 2 minutes later it gets dewarded. And you've wasted all that potential time. And they've got better foresight. You know, they're putting in these sneaky spots. So they're not getting sniped. They're in aggressive spots where they're finding pickoffs on them. They're looking at these places. I think it's a great sign when a team is going back to their wards and they're using them and they're not just idling and letting them get dewarded.
Look, I know you're not a support player, so maybe you can't answer this for me, but I have 2 questions about warding. Do you think with the map changes, don't look at me like that, there are more sneaky spots now than there were before the map changes?
Like the water change or the big map?
You can stipulate in your answer.
Since the big map, for sure.
Yeah.
People just don't like. People still don't really understand the map as well as they used to. So definitely more sneaky spots.
And my second one was, when you're in a position like Liquid here, where OG is kind of having that reign to have deeper wards to get them in those spots like we just saw there in the triangle, how do you combat that? I know it's easy to be like, oh, we'll just play sentries, but sometimes it doesn't feel comfortable as a support to go somewhere blind where you're like, I'm 98% sure they have a ward there, but I don't actually want to walk up because they're probably just going to kill me.
I think a lot of it, unfortunately, comes down to what you did in the prior minutes. Like, if you have your own wards and you see them coming in, then you can have a rough idea where their wards are and you can deward them. So a lot of Dota is built on the minutes before it, right? And if Liquid has had such a rough early game and then a rough mid game, then whenever you get to this later mid game, yeah, they're going to have wards on you and they're going to pick you off because your last 25 minutes were a travesty, right? So I think
that was a lot of words to say nothing. You can do nothing.
Yeah, kind of. Genuinely, when you're 10K down with a worse draft against a better team, you're cooked, brother.
All right. Well, do you have a better team when it comes up to our next matchup? We got Falcons coming up against Reconix. That's how. Yeah, I was gonna say, is there a C? Is it R-E-C? R-E-K?
I think it's just a K.
Okay. There's an Australian accent coming through there then. They lost their earlier game against Tundra, but that was a real barn burner over 60 minutes. Falcons ended up also losing their game earlier against Gamer Legion. So is there a clear favorite?
I think Falcons should be the favorite, but they've been a little shaky recently.
Also
so
a really long way to say no.
Reconix has hope. Okay. But Falcons is the favorite.
Okay. And then beforehand, you gave it some arbitrary win percentage, win predictor. What do you want to coin it? What do you want to win predictor?
Win chance?
Sure, you just have to be different.
Predictor?
Yeah, because you're predicting the odds of a team winning.
What word did I say earlier?
I don't know. Maybe
anyway,
Falcons are what percentage?
I'll say 78% Falcons.
Okay, so 22%.
So like a little bit less than 80 because
they lost the earlier one.
Yeah, so like I bump them down 10 at least because that game was not impressive.
Sure, so that would actually put them down to 7. No, that's 80.
That's 80, and then the extra 2 because like vibes.
Just an extra 2 for vibes. I think there was like a lot of back and forth in their Reconix's match against Tundra earlier, and so then I do wonder how much of that continues over, how much of a draft is going to continue over as well, and what we're going to see develop throughout this Blast Slam as our next best of 1 draft is ready for us.
To be honest, because you can't change a ton in like a couple of hours gameplay wise. You can look at a replay and say, maybe generally do this a little better, or we messed up this or whatever. But I think make the game easier on yourself draft wise. I think Liquid is a team that likes to play very fast, and I think that play style and their aggression historically is very good against Spirit. I think Liquid has a good matchup against them. So if they can pick themselves some comfort and some, you know, maybe heroes a little easier to execute.
And Nisha Huska, which isn't bad by any means, but he's just not synonymous with the hero.
Yeah, I'd say no more Boatman. I'd say
Kunkka's the number 1 on the list.
Yeah,
gone.
Or at least like if you're picking Boatman, do it for a reason. Like
Boatman.
I saw, what did they see? They saw Brewmaster and Skywrath Mage. Like he's not good against. He's whatever. It's the most shmeep schmop thing I've ever seen. And Kunkka is not a hero you pick whenever you just need a guy. Kunkka you're picking for a specific purpose because he sucks, and you don't pick bad heroes to counter good ones. You pick good heroes to counter good ones. That's a Matu quote, and it's true.
Oh my god.
It is. And it's true. You can't go all the way down at the bottom of the totem pole and drag something up from the mud to counter a dude who's been sitting on the Himalayas.
It's so, I mean, I do agree with that, right? But there's like a caveat to it where Dota is so cyclical that there is sometimes a hero that sits in the bottom 5% that genuinely can topple someone at the top. That's why we see new things fall into meta, is when something that is its hard counter is no longer in meta, and maybe not even in the draft, which is coming our way. It's Spirit and Liquid. Spirit won their earlier best of one against Na'Vi here on the A stream. Liquid also played earlier today up against OG. And whilst the draft was a little bit questionable, so were some of the plays that coming out for them. But that one's a tougher, issue to tackle there. And so we do not want to be seeing Conquer picked up for Liquid, and easy solve for them as Spirit have banded out along with the Ursa. And right now, Shadow Demon and Treant Protector being taken out by Liquid.
That's big of them to offer a helping hand like that, helping out their brothers in arms. You know what? The Conquer's bad for you.
Spirit's like, we've been there before, man. Freebie, all right? We'll take it out.
We'll even the odds a little bit here. Let's fair game. And I respect that, That's camaraderie.
Everyone's been baited into picking a hero like that before.
My goodness. The Ursa ban is interesting to me. That is almost like PTSD. They were first phase banning it against Aurora because I think in some ways it's good against Spirit because Collapse plays a lot of the melee bros. He's very like Mars, he's Tidehunter, he's apparently Largo, a hero that they were not prioritizing particularly highly in the online tournament prior. So it's interesting that they've now upped the priority on it. And Liquid have left it, so we'll see what they do against it. AA is something we saw in response. Shadow Demon is another great one, so you can purge the armor stacks from his strumming.
Well, it's banned.
It is banned, so there's no strum, no strum reduction.
Sorry to burst that bubble.
But I think against Largo, you need high damage because he does have that healing. He's got that armor stacking up, so you need something to pierce through it, whether it be healing reduction or whether it just be like some super high damage range carry. You need one of the two, or you can have damage problems.
Ooh, Razor. I was kind of thinking to myself, these first phase bans, something's missing that we've seen in all the other games, and Razor is definitely one of them. From the get-go today, it was taken out by Gamer Legion in our second best of one. Spirit took it out themselves. Then the next one after that, it went untouched until the very last phase. And then, yeah, it wasn't really looked at too much either. So, yeah, it's just one of those ones that is dabbling its way, and Spirit didn't like it, the idea of it in their previous best of one, but this time around just not focusing it. Is this that bluff that we talked about, Quinn, where you kind of have to question and play a little bit of poker with your opponents if they want to pick it up?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think Spirit is also a team that is okay if you first pick cores a lot of the time because they're great at countering that hero's identity. You have Razor, now they're going to look for something that outranges the Razor or something that is difficult to link, and they're going to counter you and make it difficult for Razor to run into the fight. They're very good at doing this sort of identity countering. I think better than a lot of teams. This is probably the best team. At the same time, I think Razor should be quite good against Largo, especially as an offlane Largo. I don't think you want to play that matchup very much. Razor fits very much in that category of the frog runs in, strumming his thing, and you run in and you suck him, and he's just cooked. So I think it works pretty well for Razor, and it's also a hero that can flex to 3 core roles. You can play it offlane, you can play mid, and you can play it carry. So you've got a lot of flexibility. It's a hero that makes a lot of sense on second pick.
Can Liquid play it in those 3 roles though? You know Ace better than anyone else.
Ace can play it. It's not his most comfort, but he can play it.
Okay, that's always the caveat. It's like just because they can play it doesn't mean that they want to play it.
I think his Razor's fine. It's not incredible.
Sure,
but it's fine. Like if
what would you like? B plus?
Yeah, I'd say B.
Okay, all right. That's yeah. That's pretty much what you're describing.
Holy schmoly! What the heck?
Isn't it like only viable in the mid lane? Spirit? Did he get changed in the patch 10 days ago?
I don't think so.
That's your job. You should know that.
I forgore. I don't think it did.
Just joking.
But I don't think it's like Boxy's the kind of player that would think about playing it for. Which I don't think is very good, but it is a melee hero that could pair with a Razor offlane potentially. I do think it's kind of crap, and I also think now against a Jakiro and a Clockwork, that's 2 heroes that are very good against wave pulling, and Spirit needs to pull waves to get through that lane if he's a 4, which makes me think, okay, probably more toward that mid lane. I also feel like on an identity level, it's not very good against Largo. It's now they've committed it to a core Largo because it ain't Clockwork or Jakiro core. So Magnetize, I think, is pretty bad against Largo's way of playing. You sit there and you play your guitar and you heal everyone and you give everyone
You want to be in
armor.
close proximity of them, right? Which is also...
Yeah, like, I think you want burst damage against Largo, and Spirit is long fights. And you're playing long fights against heal that generally doesn't do very well. And so I question the idea of this pick.
Okay. What is the build for Largo then? Because if he has that natural inbuilt heal for himself, does it feel that innately you want to go for auras, like you're doing the greaves and the pipes and things like that? Or is there a different way to play Largo?
I think you have to rush the Ags.
For the 2 songs,
yeah,
it's pretty freaking OP.
Otherwise, you just don't do any damage, and it's a bit illegal to be a core hero and do 0 damage.
Yeah. And so then you think the shard is resigned to either getting it by the Tormentor or if you play support Largo?
I think you might buy it a little bit later, but you don't really have anything you're pressing on your teammates early on. I think a lot of people go Ags into either a team item, or you can go full greed and go stuff like Kaya Sanj into Shivas. Or the 2 paths is you go Ags into auras, or you go Ags into full greed core type build.
Okay.
There's a Sven. That's really strange.
Super astute. That is a Sven, yeah.
It's so strange.
You're very good at naming dirty heroes.
Thank you. Rogue Knight claims another. Nah, I also, like, this to me is sort of that Matu quote of, I think Sven is a trash hero, but it makes sense against Largo. It's the burst damage, it's that you chop the frog down, and you take a fast fight where you get bursts. That part of it makes sense.
Can I just say as well, when you're playing Largo trying to strum his ultimate, if you get stunned at any point, and maybe I'm just so musically challenged here and like have no rhythm in anything I ever do, but it feels terrible to try and get back on the rhythm of his ultimate. Oh my goodness, I waste like 600 mana just trying to get back onto his ult.
You gotta install Clone Hero and play it while you're queuing. You gotta play Largo. You gotta place them through the fire and flame.
I feel like that's, yeah, definitely a me problem, but it feels so annoying to come up against. But there's even more stuns. So Mirana coming out here for the side of the Liquid too. The leaps and bounds facet is what we saw Whitemon playing earlier with it, and I'm not too sure that the facet will deviate much here being picked up by Liquid.
Yeah, I doubt it. Seems to be the meta facet right now, and Tofu, he loves Mirana. Does not surprise me he's picked it up.
He's smiling. Oh, he's like, Mirana.
He does love that hero. The thing is I think Spirit is going to put the Jakiro in the off lane with the Largo and the Clockwork in the safe lane, and I think the support matchups are going to be pretty bad. I think Jakiro is going to be very good against Sven in lane. Largo is a super strong laner. You have some psychotic level 1 damage. It's part of why the hero is such a good offlaner, is because his level 1 damage is so stupid, and he has great HP gain and starting HP. So I think the lanes already for Spirit are looking pretty good. Earth Spirit is one of the crappiest laners in the game, especially on a support position. So Spirit, they've still got 2 picks to go. They think something's real funny on Liquid, but it ain't this draft. So we'll see. Maybe they prove me wrong, but I would not be counting my chickens if I was a Liquid fan right now.
No, that's super valid. What is the skill build for Largo in lane?
It's like 3-4-0-0. Like, I think you skip your ult.
Wow, okay.
Because the ult is honestly not very good until you get
super
Ags.
early. Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, the W is very high damage. I think you can farm stacks. Like, the hero is quite AFK until you get Ags. I think he's mostly farm bot. He's strong laner into take tower into, he's not good at making moves, right? He has no catch really. The lick is not real. So a lot of his gameplay is you just push the wave and you farm the camps.
Each to their own. Dota is a very opinionated game, so you know.
Okay, I'm not gonna trample too many toes. Just some toes.
Just a little. Storm Spirit here for the mid lane. If it were the 2 spirits facing off against each other in Earth and Storm, who would you slightly... You already don't really like the Earth Spirit. I can kind of...
Mid Earth Spirit is okay.
Your body language is... It's not vibing.
It just doesn't make sense to me against Largo. You buy Vessel, but he can licka the Vessel off, so...
And then he gets the regen.
Yeah, so like...
HP regen.
I feel like Largo should be good against Earth Spirit in many ways. Like, if you magnetize, he can lick that off. If you Vessel, he can lick... Like, he's just licking everything off. It's like as an ice cream cone out here. I think... I don't like it against the Largo. And Storm is also good against Earth Spirit in lane. It's somewhat favored. Earth Spirit can pseudo draw, but if a good Storm can beat an Earth Spirit somewhat badly if you play it well.
Okay. Not instilling confidence, but again, we don't know for sure that it is going to be Earth Spirit man. Yeah. We're saying more often than not that is where this hero will be played, but we don't see another support right now. Sven and Razor aren't really going to be sitting in those archetypes of being a support.
Yeah, definitely not. So it's Mirana support, and this Earth Spirit is still up in the air a little bit. They could pick an off lane here, they could pick a 4, and they could pick a mid on Liquid side. Whereas for Spirit, They're picking Yutoro's hero. What does the big man want to play carry?
I will say with the last bands of Spirit being the Husker and the Puck, that is reading a support Spirit. That is what Spirit are putting everything into.
Yeah. And also, a lot of times, whenever it comes down the stretch and someone is flexing a support to mid and support, oftentimes you just ban the core heroes because the support heroes are not going to be as impactful unless it's something big like an AA for some specific reason, or a hero that hyper counters the carry you want to pick. Otherwise, you just ban the cores because if they have Willow or Shadow Shaman or whatever ambiguous for, it doesn't make that big of a difference. It's a nice Winranger pick. It makes this Razor offlane uncomfortable, which then further worsens their draft night. But Winranger Clockwork lane against a Razor, that's not a lane he's happy going into. So now you have to ask further questions about, do we pick a new offlane and put Razor mid? What are we doing here? They have to juggle their options a little bit.
Yeah, I'm also trying to think about just different ways to deal with Winranger. Like, the hardest thing about her is she will just sit on top of you and use focus fire. And then are there like different solutions that come out from either support or a different role, like a Centaur ultimate here to hopefully try and outrun. Do you know what the difference is in movement speed when you're Centaur ulted compared to Windrunner? That's a really, really tough question to answer, by the way. If you don't know it, like,
I think Windranger is almost tasted. Like, you'll probably be 50 to 100 movement speed faster on Centaur.
That's enough.
It's fine, yeah. My real question is, I'm not sure how this lane actually goes, because I'm dubious of how well the lane pulling will go. And while Centaur, when he gets more levels, Windranger can't hit him. The retaliate is too much. In the slightly earlier levels, Windranger will beat the crap out of him. And he's got a really weak support in his lane, so I think there is some potential that Liquid's lanes go horribly. Mid lane is good for Razor, but the other lanes, I don't know.
Well, I'm looking at all the information that we have on our screen, and I do want to say that right now Tofu on Mirana has the Starstruck facet. So the second iteration of Starfall blinding.
Yeah.
Not the leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it overly matters even in this game. They have plenty of disable on Liquid, so it's not like having a little less impacts them overly much.
Is that really annoying for Windranger?
I think it probably is mostly a laning facet, because Starfall is just such a mess spell. Like, you can't double Starfall Windranger. Like, you'll never be in range to do it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It kind of feels bad if you are, I guess.
Yeah, if you are, then you're Giga Stomping or you're a Psycho.
It could be both things. It's Tofu right now, you know? But where would you favor as we head on into this best of one? Liquid or this side of Spirit getting that Lago for the first time today?
I think Spirit has done a lot better, and I think the Frog will come out with a dub.
All right, you're all in on the Lago basket here. Ribbit for the Frog as we head on into our first game. What? Our best of one for Liquid and Spirit.
Ribbit.
Welcome back to Blast Slam. It's going to be myself, Cap, and Avery taking over the broadcast now for this matchup of Liquid versus Spirit, which Avery, I mean, we may be casting two TI winners matched up against each other here, but in particular, Liquid have not been in the greatest form lately.
Yeah, does it feel like two TI winners? I mean, that's the more important question. It really doesn't.
Well, maybe a two-time TI winner in the side of Spirit, but it doesn't feel like the Liquid that we've seen of late has really reached their top form.
We will see them a lot today, though. They have, like, I think 3 games we're going to cast or something, so time to show up or go home quickly, I guess, which might be a good format for them, honestly, because sometimes they are just terrible in these online leagues. And so I guess if you get eliminated quickly, you know, you can move on with your life. But
they've already got that claim to fame with Dream League. I don't know if they want to continue that reputation into.
You got to add to the resume, you know. It's but I'm kind of excited to see what Spirit can do with this Largo, particularly Collapse. I mean, it's Collapse, right? But I think we were discussing this off stream. Is Largo a Collapse hero? Like, this hero just does not really fit his archetype of hero. It's not a jump stunner. It's not a big playmaker in terms of skill shots or multi-hero stuns or something like that. It is a hero that can farm and build ores and that and stuff like that, but that's more Ace if I were to pick two offlaners between these teams. So I think it's a weird hero for Spirit, but I do like that they're trying it out because I think this hero gave them a lot of issues in that Fissure Universe finals that they were playing in a couple days ago. So they're kind of like, all right, this hero's in the meta. It causes us problems. We either have to just ban it every game or start playing it ourselves. And Spirit are not going to shy away from a challenge, so they're going to start playing it. And they'll find a way to make it work.
It does just feel like it's a neutered Team Spirit, though. If Collapse is on Largo, like, I'm sorry, I just don't know if you're really pulling out the amazing plays with that hero. It is going to be 3 bounty runes going to Spirit as Panto manages to nab one away from Liquid. So they'll have the early regen start for their lanes. And it did sound like Quinn was not super happy with Liquid's draft, and particularly he said the lanes could be quite bad for them.
I think the 2 side lanes are auto losing lanes, but they are going to start tri-lane here for this Fen, and this is a pretty nasty tri-lane. The kill threat with this tri-lane is mega high. Triple stun lane with a lot of follow-up. Blood Grenade almost guarantees it, but the roll, unsuccessful. That felt a little forced, maybe. Like, they rushed it a little. So they're just going to take the Starfall, harass, and then send the Earth Spirit top. You can't leave Centaur alone too long here.
Why didn't they just go after Largo and let Sven lead with his stun into the roll into the arrow? Like, I thought we were going to see some sort of 6-second chain stun here.
That whole sequence felt weird. Like, Boxy's positioning, I think normally you'd just be on this tree line by the lane. So, like, when the creeps meet, you just insta-roll on the dude. I think he got kind of spaced off by the Jakiro's positioning, which is not what you want with these pseudo tri-lane starts. So, unsuccessful little first blood attempt. Maybe, some OG style there, looking for something cheeky, but it didn't do Ace too much damage because Centaur level 1 is, there's not a lot this lane's doing to him level 1.
And OG might be on their mind just because they did already lose a game here at Blast Slam Group Stage to OG. And, well, this laning phase isn't going so well against Spirit, with Yotaro picking up an early kill on Boxy. So, combined with the early bounty runes and now an early first blood, you're going to have Team Spirit with a healthy net worth lead if this continues.
Yeah, Sir Spirit's getting abused early on in this lane phase. He has been relegated to courier now. Boxy is just a chicken faring Centaur items. A lowly life, but this is the price he pays for his hubris at trying to make this hero work as a support.
Level 1 rolling boulder. He's not even a good courier. He's not even fast at it, man.
I mean, he's faster than without rolling boulder. He's like, hey guys,
that's true.
I'm efficient. They can't shut me down.
I am a robot. Yeah, just
all right, well, we're already kind of seeing how the top lane's going to be, and I assume there's just no way you're going to beat Jakiro Largo. That just sounds like a really tough lane with a lot of HP between the two of them, so
it's pretty disgusting. I mean, they already have close to 1700 HP level, and they're still level 1 and 2, so
yeah,
you have attack speed slow, you have dispel. It's not a lot of lanes that are going to put the pressure on this guy. And I mean, that's the hero's strength. Like, he's a formidable laner. He's always going to get something. His early nukes are pretty good numbers wise, so you can always pick this hero early and find something to do with him. I do like some of the answers Liquid proposed in this game against the Largo. Like, I think Sven's an interesting idea. I think the Razor early pick was also interesting.
Oh, look at that damage, man. Nikki doesn't stand a chance. He goes up to lane, and he gets frog stomped, and he tries to get out of it, but he's slowed. He's pulled back by the lick. Like, the little reposition of the catchy lick is so much more powerful if you have some sort of slow to combo with it, and that's really all you need.
Also, if you have a high damage support, I think Largo really enjoys these high damage fours behind him early on. You just get so aggressive so much faster, and you ramp up that lane pressure. Like, I don't like watching Largo in these double melee off lanes, for example, or with some like Treant Protector or something. Like, yeah, Treant's a great hero right now, but I think this hero shines with a high damage aggressive support with strong early nukes, and just start laying into this carry and force the trades that a lot of carries are not going to outtrade Largo early. He has really good base damage, he has very good early stats, and he has strong level 1 and 2, 3 nukes. So to me, you have to use that to get the most of the pick.
Well, the one matchup we haven't talked about too much, because frankly, it's probably a boring matchup. We have the Razor versus Storm Spirit in the mid lane, which Mirel is doing very well for himself. 24-3 against this Razor.
I mean, he's straight owning. This is supposed to be a slight Razor victory, I believe, over the long run.
What if Razor doesn't go any static link, not even a level 1?
Yeah, that's that definitely hurts your ability to win the lane. You're kind of just like conceding. I mean, Storm is just a gimmick hero, to be honest. Like, every time I think Storm is supposed to lose lanes, it's just you have to be an extremely proficient player to abuse Storm out of lane. Like, I'm sure maybe Quinn would, you know, be up in CS here or something, but I think the margins are pretty tight. And if you don't play the early waves well, then Storm is just going to remnant out every creep wave. And then,
yeah.
I mean, you can't beat him at that point. So, yeah. Morel is doing quite well here. That is a good sign for Spirit because their two side lanes I think we're always going to win, though. Kick back top, Yatoro. Feeling a little heat. The thing is, Spirit got both Lotuses on these side lanes. So, yeah, Yatoro's going to get chipped here, but he does have Fairy Fire Lotus. He'll pop it. Man, you lose both Lotuses with a Mirana lineup. Feels bad, man.
Well, I guess what's the upside for Liquid coming out of this? They're not too far down in this laning phase.
Oh, what? Hello?
Goodbye, Tofu.
Hello, this is Leap available. Direct call to Tofu. Do you accept the charges?
What happened, man? No, I don't know.
You had it the entire time. It's one of those, you know, I've done that as Boxy's also going to go to, man, these supports for Liquid are struggling. I've done that where you're like, you know, I'll just leap the last second, you know, and then you just die and you look like a fool. But I don't do it on, you know, a big stream where everybody's watching me, so.
that is true.
Not nearly as embarrassing in the random ranked club. Man, strong start here for Spirit, and I think a lot of it is just taking advantage of the weak support laning duo from Liquid. Like, the cores are honestly doing fine, but this Mirana or Spirit, they don't give you a lot on these early levels. They don't really win trades against Spirit supports. They're not crazy good at making rotations. Like, they're going to try and force this, you know, classic, oh, we're going to go to our strong niche of mid-hero now. But he has no link, so I don't know how much damage you can really do here in terms of chasing people down or getting that crazy team fight. Maybe steal some stacks is your best option if Spirit have any.
And they talked about it pretty extensively on the panel about how roll in to Rue behind the mid tier 1 tower, going after this Jakiro, but not an easy kill. As again, they don't have the static link, so it's not that quickly. And Nisha is now left in a 1v3, which he will get the kill on Rue. Maybe he can get the kill on Panto as well before he falls, but he's definitely caught. He's definitely killed. He gets a double out of the situation, but Spirit walk away with 2 kills as well.
Honestly, I think that was a better outcome for Nisha than it was supposed to be there. Because again, without the link, I was not confident in you going in there against Storm, who can just mobily play around you. You have full resources. That's such a dangerous forced engagement that I think Liquid feel like they need something here for this Earth Spirit. This is not a support hero that can just waddle around the map with 0 net worth, no levels.
They don't even have the best heroes for clearing out stacks or anything, so it's not even like he could rely on that, you know, just stack up and then sharing the experience when the time comes.
I mean, yes, Sven.
Yeah, but that's a little bit later on, right?
Yeah, he can get it later, but early on, it's gonna be a struggle here. He's Raindrop City, man. It's not a fun destination to visit as a support.
A pretty terrible place to go. Nice find in the ward, though. Nisha apparently just doesn't give a damn if he gets gone on here.
He should.
And he will be gone on. They're gonna kick him out. Boxy. He manages to save the Razor. Too much grief. And Morel doesn't really figure it's worth chasing after. He's just content to farm.
Well, this period has not been terrible for Liquid. They kind of, I mean, they forced that mid gank, but otherwise they're just giving bottom to the Mirana to catch up. The Sven's jungling. There's no real punish going on the map. The Centaur is just sitting top. Spirit do not want to bring heroes up there to kick him off the lane, which I think is an option. Like, when you have Clockwork, you can always kind of get on the Centaur and keep him controlled for a while, but It's a question of, does Yatoro want to throw this focus fire into him? Do you go an early javelin to give you that capability? Because if you don't, it's a very tough kill. And he's thinking about it, but he's opting not to right now. So Spirit rather play through Morel on this mid lane, get Storm the power runes, and I think that is the better strategic option here.
Find a ward,
overextend.
Put a little pressure on mid, but they want to back up with the rest of this arcane rune, make the play for the Centaur. So what you were talking about, but Panto doesn't really get the positioning to catch Ace initially. So for now, Ace is going to be good.
I just don't think you go for this guy without the javelin. Like, yeah, you have the kill shot, it helps a little, but there's gonna be a response from Liquid. Even if you get the Centaur kill, you don't want to end up in a situation where you lose Wind Ranger to the TPs coming in, and you give some double kill to Razor or something like that.
You're also gonna need detection soon, as level 6 is gonna be here for Tofu, given this safe lane solo experience. He'll get it now.
He's been down here a long time. Some classic Mirana gameplay. This hero can get really farmed. I think it's a pretty good support Mirana game. I mean, that's kind of weird to say, but I kind of like that he has, I mean, he has 2 stunning cores to go in and set up arrow this game, and he has good heroes to land the arrow follow up on. And
nice roll in for Boxy. Catches Rue, keeps him in close enough to Nisha that Nisha can finish off the job of the Jakiro and still survive against the Storm Spirit. So he doesn't go down. Mirel's just going to have to TP away. So Nisha trying to put the pressure on, but here comes Yatoro with the TP out for the Storm Spirit, but this is still not a good hero for Yatoro to be hitting as
pulled him out of it.
Focus Fire kills him. It's the same thing, whether it's a Centaur or a Razor, you're matched up against that Thunderhead Facet. He just killed himself on it.
Dude, he took so much. He took 700 damage from that Thunderhead. That is disgusting amount of work that a passive just did there. And he didn't have Javelin for this play. He went for the Mithril Hammer. Well, this is really curious. I mean, to me, if you go this, it's more of like I'm going to hit neutrals and stuff. It's not higher damage on a focus fire kill. It's just higher damage if you're jungling and stuff.
Yeah.
So that really hurt him there. Not the cleanest response play we've seen from Yatoro. Is going to have to win run out from base right now as Liquid get to make another fast play because they gobble up that power rune. This Razor is kicking some ass right now.
And they are going to go after Rue again. This time the roll-in doesn't land, but it doesn't matter. They have plenty of slows. They'll take this kill and kick the Wind Ranger out of lane in order to take the tower. But Team Spirit still want to contest for this. Just like they tried to contest for mid, this time around, Storm Spirit's going to be full on resources.
You are not contesting this. This is a 2,000 HP Razor with shield rune in the bottom.
Yeah, actually.
So his EHP is insane right now, even though it looks like he's low resources.
Well, that just makes things even worse because now it means they brought heroes up here, but they're not even fighting for it. They're hitting some neutrals, but not particularly efficient. As a result, Team Liquid is up 2K now.
Spirit really got outmaneuvered in this mid-on-mid with support battle. Like, and Tofu's just sat down here the entire time. He's level 8. But that is really disgusting. Like, the fact that Liquid got away with this is just so efficient that I mean, that is your 2K net worth lead. It's basically Tofu sitting down here while the Razor moves work. And now this Razor has Vanguard double bracer wand power treads. Fast Crimson Guard rush for Nisha. He is going to be near untouchable unless you're willing to bring the whole like 4-man hit squad minus Wind Ranger.
Yeah, who is he gonna focus fire?
I don't know, dude. You're gonna have a pipe too, so like you're gonna have pipe Crimson at 13 minutes or whatever here. I don't know what you do against that if you're Spirit. I don't think you have the damage to fight it. I think it's one of the weaknesses of Largo is, yeah, he does a lot of damage, but it's all split damage. It's a terrible burst hero. So if enemies buy auras and they have some early HP, it can be really tough to win the fight.
So you're saying it kind of goes both ways because the panel they were talking about, and I agree with it. It is really hard sometimes to use damage over time lineups to match up against Largo, but it actually feels like with Liquid securing this early lead that they're going to be the ones with the longer drawn out team fight that is successful just because Yatoro can't put damage on anybody.
I would agree. I mean, I think that is a fair statement. Like, I think flat DOTs against Largo are kind of inherently bad, but I think heroes that stack damage are inherently good. And I think Razor is one of those heroes.
Yeah.
The Static Link is effectively a stack, so the long fight is not terrible for Liquid here, especially with auras. Can go both ways.
Well, they've got the Maelstrom, but at the same time, Nisha is already completing the Crimson Guard, so you have the magic damage, but you're going to be missing the physical damage to put on Liquid.
I don't think Spirit want to fight right now. This aura timing is insane from Liquid. They're even going to have a mech on this Mirana who's just sat bottom the whole time, so it's going to be a triple aura timing before that 15-minute mark. Big question is going to be, how do you force the fight if you're Liquid? He's going to get poked down here.
Force out the pipe. Force out the invisibility. They're going to go back in with the stomp into the arrow. Collapse going to take a lot of damage here. The roll in, the silence, and they almost finish him off. He gets a little bit more heals. Should be able to chase him down, though, as 2 easy kills for Liquid as they bring in the numbers to this bottom lane, take over the tower, and I assume go for the Wisdom Shrine.
Liquid were incredibly fast at looking for the counterplay there because, I mean, you could see it. They have all these auras. They know they cannot lose a fight right now. They are going to instantly TP into any sort of engagement Spirit give them. I don't even think Spirit were trying to take an engagement there. They just wanted to poke the guy, keep farming towards the Largo Ags, but now you get to steal some stacks, and this is exactly what Nisha wants to do in this game.
Foxy is in a little deep.
Yeah, what's he doing there?
What the hell was that? I just look over, I see him roll past the tier 2 tower. I'm like, what the hell? Goodbye, Panto. Panto win for the steal on the Wisdom Shrine, which he does get it.
Dude, I swear, sometimes Shackle shot is just... I know every Wind Ranger player always says, like, how's the Shackle not land, you know?
Yeah,
but
you said it last night, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but well, that wasn't for Dota. But how does this... how does that Shackle not land, dude? Someone explain that to me. He was in direct line behind that Satyr creep. I think sometimes Gabe just says no. I think there's a built-in chance on that spell that there's like a 5% chance it just says no, screw you. And if you roll it, it doesn't matter how lined up they are, you just don't get it. And honestly,
I would love to see the code on that.
If that's true, I kind of respect it. I think that's a move Valve are making holy Valve, you know.
If that's true, more unconfirmed rumors from SVG.
I mean, if this were a League of Legends spell, there'd be like a 30% chance it latches no matter what, even if the guy's like 100 yards away. So, you know, which world would you rather live in?
Well, currently we're living in a world where Nisha has a haste rune alongside that Crimson Guard and Treads. He's rocking, so he is incredibly tanky, but...
Panto's like, get away from me, please. I don't want none of that.
What do they do with all this strength, right? Like,
yeah,
you feel so good, but can you actually push into tier 2s? Like, are you strong enough for that?
So there's 2 things Liquid kind of want with this aura strength. One of them is objectives. It's almost too early in the game to force any of those, though, which is the problem they're running into. So the next objective you take is just space, right? You take away ancient farming runes from Spirit without feeding your heroes, which is kind of what Nisha's trying to do right now. The other is, in theory, your Sven should be accelerating, because Mikke is completely unpressured, untouched, and he is a Mask of Madness Sven just going to town. So, you know, these are the 2 big things Liquid run right now. This game does not have to spiral out of control for them to feel very comfortable right now, given what this Sven is taking out of the jungle compared to a Wind Ranger. But they do have Blink on Centaur, so you can make some, you know, Blink stun arrow follow-up plays, and you always have that geomagnetic grip to bail you out.
There's plenty of time where Team Spirit are going to be lacking in BKBs. And they're going to go for the hunt. Yutoro, Wind Run, trying to get away, but is going to be hit by 1 stun. Once 1 stun lands, there is plenty to follow it up.
Yeah, you just can't escape these chain stun ganks. With Stampede, it's impossible. And I like that play. They left the Razor mid. They know Spirit cannot go on this hero. He has Stampede to bail him out. And look at him, he's just going in 1v whatever here.
He's gonna be gone on here. They pop the Stampede, but stuck inside the cogs. Nowhere to run to. Overextension. Now Mikke joins in on the fight and will be able to kill Panto, but Team Spirit still having their 2 cores up between Morel and Collapse. The overall exchange where they lose Yotoro, not great for Spirit, but that specific little dive from Nisha, not value for Liquid.
I still like him playing there, though. I think that is the correct play, and then maybe what actually hurts him in that sequence is that Liquid committed both supports to that initial smoke gate with the Centaur, when I think he only needed one, and the other should have stayed with the Razor, and then he can keep that position, because now you're going to give up a lot of map control, and that's what you were playing for.
No stampede.
This guy down.
So Ace may be tanky as all out, but he's got no mobility to get out of here.
Oh, the arrow. How do you even shoot that, dude? That looks gimmicky as hell, but... Alright, another power rune for the Razor. They do lose the Centaur. Spirit always find some little kills in these games, no matter how behind they are.
Essence Ring adding on to everything else for Nisha. And Sven working towards BKB. So he will have the first BKB in all likelihood in this game.
Boxy? Magnetized direct call. Do you accept the charges? A lot of charges not being accepted.
Boxy's having a rough one today. What?
I don't know what's going on, dude.
Still rolling in after Rue. Got a lot of stolen damage. No way that Team Spirit can fight this. They're going to leave their 2 supports behind. So, Nisha, he agrees with you. He says, keep up the game plan. Just run into these heroes in mid. Draw attention there.
Why not? There's unkillable right now, and Magnetize just destroyed him in that team fight, dude. Like, absolutely wrecked him right there. So
long range, premeditated.
He was magnetizing in real life, you know, like getting the team on the same same wavelength. I mean, the panel talked about it, right? Magnetize is terrible into Largo. Well, Largo can't counter your Magnetize.
Oh my god, perfect. Liquid. Jump in with the Stormhammer, stun, the follow-up, both the arrow and the rolling boulder there from Boxy and Tofu. So another pick off. Team Spirit's map is getting darker and darker.
Really nice wards right now from Liquid. Even killed the sentry that was gonna kill their obs, and they got another deep one behind the tower. They have 2 more up in this upper left quadrant. All these wards are just looking for Yotoro, because this is not a hero that wants to go to that Ancients triangle super early. They kind of know where this Wind Ranger wants to play. They have hunted him. They've kicked him out of this area. They'll get a storm kill instead, as everybody's vacating from the top half of the map, and that secures Tormentor. So this vision has paid off for Liquid in this game.
Well, Collapse did get himself the steering signet, which significantly helps his farm, but they have yet to take a tower, despite having a Jakiro, because Spirit has never really felt like they've had the strength to just approach a tower straight up. The most that damage has ever been done is Rue right there, sneaking in some Liquid fire hits while the Tormentor is being done. But he gets punished, and Liquid now up 10k.
This is rough, man. This is not getting anything. Don't feel like we've seen a single hook shot or any sort of smoke attempt from Spirit to try and start a fight on their own terms. They just got outpaced to these ores and then basically conceded all of this early game. They do have the Largo Ags. Plus Kaya. I mean, this is one of his better timings. You're just so far behind in the 5-on-5 in terms of items. And, like, I don't know what you're doing against this guy. This 3,000 HP Razor with Crimson Pipe Greaves behind him, Essence Ring on top of it. Like, this is a monstrosity, dude. I don't know. He already has a strength talent too. What am I looking at, dude? This is what the mid Razor is supposed to look like, you know.
And we were just talking about the style of Chinese mid laners, the turret style mids. Talked about how that was, you know, a style that they use all the time, going all the way back to Vici Gaming Super. Well, Razor's one of those heroes. He can be in the right meta.
This is going back to even like Manila Major Fada gameplay. The old mech mid invoker. Maybe utility mids are back on the menu.
Yeah, it could be. 20-minute Tormentor, 22-minute Roshan. And Team Spirit have no response for either of these.
Rocket flare. Got him. Hook shot steal? This is slow. This is really slow road.
Panto's going to go for it. And he is going to be hunted before... Yeah, he is not getting that. You'll set up in the stomp.
I like how he ran forward. He's like, I can still get in. I can still get in there for the team. No, you can't, son.
And now
stuns in this lineup.
An extra life on a Razor that already looked pretty unkillable. Kick, Yotaro went through the gate here. And now he's going to be Yule set up into the arrow into the stun. I can't believe he went through the gate.
That was a misinformed decision.
Yeah.
Sure. They're going to bleed out more here. This is spiraling very quick. I mean, you cannot escape Liquid's range. Like, their range is insane with the Blink Initiator, Stampede, and then the follow-up on the two supports. Either of these supports can chain stun follow-up from 1,000 plus. So the second you get spotted in this huge vicinity around Liquid's lineup, you're just dead if it's not a straight-up team fight. This ward is still potentially securing Liquid some extra bounty here. I mean, what is your timing here for your Spirit? Like, you have your items on Wind Ranger, but you have to be able to enter the fight, so it's got to be the BKB on the Storm, which is still a ways away. You might need BKB on Largo too, but I think that timing is a must fight for Spirit if you're not going to lose your base before then.
And Nisha is going to go high ground. 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Illusion Rune with an Essence Ring. Like, he is extremely tanky. Not afraid of those tower hits whatsoever.
Full Greaves Solar Crest on this Mirana is just so much extra HP for this Razor on the front line.
A heart third item for Centaur. They just tanked up. They saw Largo and said, you know what? Maybe this hero makes it so, you know, the opposing squad has some damage issues sometimes, but it also means that they have damage issues.
Ace really likes his Heart Centaur, I'll say that much, man.
Yeah.
I will say, I feel like most times he goes for it, they lose, so not to curse them here, but I don't know how successful this Heart has been for him historically.
No.
Spirit are going to take the fight before the Storm BKB, so Mirel is still very vulnerable here versus all the stuns and silences, but they're going to try and make something happen.
They need a better opportunity than just going on the Razor, but the Razor is what they're going to find, not what they wanted to get. Yule Scepter on the Storm Spirit into the Stomp. He gets silenced up, but he gets pulled away by Collapse. Good grab. Morel's going to live here on the low ground. Panto disrupting the back line as best he can with the conch. Now the jump back in, trying to hit that Stampede. Two-man stomp, and Yotaro's in trouble. Half HP, trying to bail him out with an Ice Path. A little bit of focus fire damage onto Mickey, but he has to run away. Yotaro's on the run for it back to the base, still being chased by Boxy. Re-up the Magnetize, re-up with the Yule, kicking back into the team, and Yotaro will be hunted down. That is a wipe with nothing lost for Liquid.
The Lick was good, but the arrow still hit. So even though you bail your Storm out, he's stunned that entire duration, can't do anything. Liquid just run you over. The Sven damage, that fight looked okay until Mickey enters that fight. And then the damage is just out of control. He's just cleaving through everybody. Absolutely diced that Fraga. Like, just murdered him. And you're taking that into this Aegis Razor. So Nisha is always going to be an untouchable target in that fight. Which means you pretty much, I think you were limited to either finding Liquid split up, which is just not going to happen this game, or you somehow find the Sven first.
Yeah.
And if neither of those happens, it's just not going to be a fun time, because I'm still not sure who Yotaro really wants to focus fire in this game. I mean, ideally, again, you find Mickey, but how are you finding Mickey? Through all this front line, all this jump, you don't have that BKB Storm to go in and get vision. Even then, he can get stampeded away.
Yeah, despite the reset there of the Lick, like, Team Spirit chose to go back in and somehow ended up stacking horrifically. Where Centaur gets a two-man stun on Yotaro and Collapse. Like, that shouldn't happen.
The choke points on those ramps were pretty brutal for their lineup.
Yeah. And an early gem. So now Nisha's running around, untouchable, and going to be killing any lane wards that Team Spirit have laid out, like this one up here. So there goes that. Catching the clockwork, giving absolutely nothing for free. Yotaro may have gotten the tower, but he's going to lose his life for it as Yules into the stun. This Yules has been perfect. Boxy setting up the Marana arrows, setting up the Centaur stomps, the extra catch on a game that, you know, they started running over, and now just any extra disables, high value.
Oh, I like the build. They've played Surf Spirit as a 5, just a 5 catch follow-up hero. Just blink Yules, brown boots. Like, he's not greedy, he's not taking waves, he's just run around setting kills up, and that is what Boxy does best.
And all that with the hero with no facet.
That's true, man. Imagine if he had a facet.
Yeah.
Broken.
Rue spotted on the Lotus pool. Nisha will waste no time killing him.
Goodbye, son. Oh, that's a slick move right there.
Boxy with the setup. Bam damage in the bottom river area, but I imagine Liquid is just going to play it safe until they get another Aegis, and then we'll see them try and end the game. Ace just going full right-click Centaur mode. He says Heart AC is the build for this game.
Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, you get to that point, you're just a freaking monster. Can't be focused, and you're starting to contribute a lot more damage to the fight. Can always pick up that shard later, too. This is not a target Spirit can ever prioritize. I don't know, maybe if you get some amps later, like, you know, Parasma Storm, like some crit on Wind Ranger, then I think this Centaur becomes a viable early target, but until then, he's just impenetrable. So you gotta find some other opening in this game. Liquid's backline, find their supports. Honestly, I think if they can find Earth Spirit, take Boxy out, that'd be amazing. It's caused a lot of issues for Yotaro, who still does not have BKB, which is insane.
Yeah, they don't really have a lineup that can get Shivas, but you're right with the Parasma imp. It go long ways for Team Spirit's damage, which they still have a lot of magic damage to throw in. Oh, you gotta bait out the BKBs first.
I think Morel has to just go Parasma here. I don't know. I don't see anything else that's going to impact this game to the degree they need it right now.
Tormentor, then Roshan. For Liquid, they're going to head back to the corner of the map.
Well, this Largo still finding farm, I guess. Most farmed hero on the side of Spirit somehow. I don't know if you want Largo to be your most farmed hero, though.
Yeah, no, that's probably not good. Unless you have just run away with the game early on, just taken some early fights, and Largo gets all the kills. Like, but instead, this has been a game that Collapse hardly hit any heroes. Every single time we look at him, he's running around somewhere in Liquid's jungle, trying to take whatever neutrals he can find, hoping that farm will somehow solve their issues. But
Shivas does do a lot this game, but I don't think it's going to save you against the Sven burst is the issue. Yeah. He already has Daedalus, he has Satanic. The Sven's massive with all the space the Razor created. You have to land some crazy shackle and just start the fight on the Sven so that Mickey cannot just ult man up, kill your frog. There's the BKB for the Wind Ranger. That gives you a shot here. It's a very low chance shot, but it does give you a shot.
Collapse under a ward. He's going to have to BKB TP out if he wants to live here, and he doesn't BKB TP out, so he dies instead. 2 quick hits Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Team Spirit seeing some heroes out there, but they've already TP'd to the outpost. They're going to be here. Yotaro, half HP, making a run for it with his BKB Harpoon back into the rest of the team, and the win run doesn't change anything. Too much damage. Mickey joins in and just ends the fight.
Yeah, they didn't even get a team fight in this game. It was just complete rout. Well, we asked some questions, you know, what is Spirit going to look like with Largo? I don't know if this was the best example of what they're going to look like with it, but it was not a great debut in some sense. The Largo looked okay, but they never really used it for anything.
I will say, though, this is not how I imagine... This isn't what I want to see when it comes to, like, Nisha specifically in his gameplay, but I will say it's pretty nasty if you throw in another Aura guy alongside Ace.
Yeah.
You know, like...
It's too much HP too early, man. It's just, you just don't have the numbers to bring these heroes down with such an early pipe Crimson on top of the high HP pools. Then you get a Marana to that. You had a tanky Earth Spirit. It was a lot to get through in this game.
You said Liquid, you felt like they still needed to find their style with this new squad. Could this be it? Could it be that Nisha has to play some more turret heroes, and Ace just keeps going his auras, and they just double it up like that? Roll in, take Largo out back, put a spanking on him, Mickey.
Damn.
Collapse is just gonna call the GG before the rest of his team even dies.
Yeah,
the moment he was dead, he was like, this is over. We're done. We're out.
I mean, yeah, 100%. Man, that Sven really just completely busted that Largo up. I don't think we got to see the Largo really play his timings at all. So I don't think that matchup is as one-sided as it looked here. I think the rest of the game kind of dictated it. I think what that Razor got to do around mid with all those power runes and not really getting pressured too much was just, that was the breaking point in this game. The rest is just kind of smooth sailing from there. But nice execution from Liquid. I mean, you brought it up, but what is this team's identity and style? And I think maybe we're starting to see a little bit more of it.
An incredibly one-sided game. I mean, for the first 10 minutes, it seemed kind of even, but go into the mid-game, and it was just full Liquid at closing it out in under 34 minutes.
All right, so far we have seen 15 competitive Largo games in Tier 1 Dota. The 16th one, would you argue that a solid answer has been kind of put into play against it?
I mean, I feel like teams are slowly figuring out you need a lot of damage. You also heard like Quinn talk about it before. You know, the guy, he plays his guitar, he gets some heals up, he gets some armor going. So you need like a lot of damage going through. And Liquid, yeah, I feel like they let Spirit they didn't let them play a single Dota game here. Like not a single minute. Like maybe 1-2 plays here, but from start to finish, you know, you get your auras running, Nisha on his Razor, who in my opinion, this is a Giga hero. Absolute Giga hero.
What, because of the build? The 404, the kind of like the be the body, the tank up, or?
Yeah, like he can flex. You can also see here, like he has versatile item builds, he has versatile roles. I feel like he can also do different things in like the game. He can be aggressive, he can build auras, he can run in first. I wasn't too sure with how Liquid played the map, at least a little bit. I do feel like they stuck around mid like quite a lot here, but Spirit also kind of played into it. I was a little disappointed with them in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit, their lanes are pretty decent, right? The Jakiro, the Clockwork, they brought a little bit of life there. They had, what, all 3 cores at the top of net worth. It was how they moved after that where they just fell apart. Liquid, of course, utilizing the Razor. You know, Boxy, his Spirit early on, there was a couple rolls here or there.
He gave us the entertainment.
It was entertainment. But then, you know, he locked in, right? He understood that with the multiple layering of stuns, it was so much easier to play. But I think Liquid's just reminding us that if one guy buys a Greaves, one guy buys a Pipe, another guy buys a Crimson, you are going to have this 20-minute window of how do we fight anyone. Normally, it's an offlaner buying 2 of them, maybe a support, but 3 heroes, 3 auras. Spirit, Wind Ranger will never do damage into that. Like, you have damage problems into this type of itemization.
And it's like also, like, if I just think of some of these players, like Ace to me, he's a bit like up and down, in my opinion, like in terms of his performance. If he can play these heroes where you get these auras, he has a good lane, I think this is really when he looks like S tier. And also Tofu and Ace, they play in gaming gladiators. Like this is their type of style. They're really good at it. And if this is the meta, which it looks like, honestly, Liquid might just be pretty good right now.
Sure. I mean, it also helps that they put Collapse in this weird position, right? Like Collapse playing a Largo, and it's like Collapse wants to be the guy going in, doing the job. And you can do that on Largo, but when you're down and out and your team's already doing nothing. How many times did I watch this little Lago just strumming his guitar, just farming? Like,
I think especially also like when you have a stand-in, right? Like you have Morelli on the mid, and it's like
Morelli?
I'm just gonna call him Morelli.
Yeah,
I don't
fuck
know.
it. Morelli. All right, cool. That's how we're gonna do it. Yeah.
There's a lot of weight on his shoulders, and I think also because I agree with you, the way I would like to see Colas play, you know, a Primal, a Tide, a Mars, do good in the lane, do stuff for your team. But this hero, he needs a lot of farm. At least, I mean, he's not the most figured out hero, but what it looks like, you need your Arcanes, you need your Soul Ring, you need your Ags, and then it's like, okay, you slowly like start playing with your team. So maybe switch it up just for, you know, the sake of the team.
But then it also could work, where it's like if Collapse does farm and gets that from the laning phase,
true,
and then he gets to play with a Yotoro that actually wants to play with him, then, you know, there's a world in which it would work, right?
Yep.
So it's either axe the Largo, keep the Wind Ranger, or axe the Wind Ranger, keep the Largo. But like having both, it just feels like too counterable.
Yeah, I feel like also that they could have done it because Yatoro, what I liked, he did actually go for the kill shot. I feel like would allow you to play a little more aggressive, like early on, you know, you can join the fights with the power shot, like help your team out, but they did so poorly in the lanes. I feel like they didn't really know how to like recover in the mid game with what they wanted to do. And then, I mean, yeah, if you play into these multiple auras, it's just hard to come back if you don't know how to like stabilize the map.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? With the way that Liquid played with the Mirana, that map is never going to be stable, right?
Yeah.
There's multiple pickoffs. We have a highlight package to show you as well. It's like they're always going to utilize just a body to then find a hero, and then Liquid will collapse in, right? And we talk about how Spirit wants to fight. You got Mirana with movement, Earth Spirit with movement, Razor, naturally a movement-based hero. Sven, you blink in, Centaur, you're a body. Like everything about Liquid's lineup is like motion. It's like get in, get out, get your kill, like be annoying. And Spirit, they want to try and do the same, but again, they just don't have the items to match it. So you saw the first clip, like 30 minutes, they get a kill. 3 minutes later, they find Yotoro. It's 4, if not 5 heroes going to kill this Wind Ranger. And then minutes later, Storm Spirit's going to farm a wave. Guess what? Now Sven's coming in with another hero on top. It's just so much pressure on the map that you never get to see this like Largo gameplay of 5 heroes utilizing the song. It's like, it just never is a map state to really utilize.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like how Liquid want to play. Like when you think about how they want TI, you know, they want to play fast, they want to connect with the other players of the team, you know, do well in your lanes and then start connecting. But for me also, like what I liked a lot in the draft was when I saw Spirit have the Jakiro Clockwork. Those heroes are really strong together, but they never really found this connection because the game is playable if it doesn't like explode and get out of hand. But I feel like it kind of got there like a little bit too quick. So like the early game from Spirit, I'm usually very impressed with it, but this time around, kind of an L from me.
Where did you put them in your kind of best of one finishing placement?
Top 3 or top 4?
Yeah, I
might have to check. I have like a goldfish brain. So.
Yeah, I put it up there as well. I'm like, I put them top 3. But there's so many best of ones to play, of course. Oh, God, we have the. Oh, here we go. All right,
I put them first.
You put them first. Right, goldfish brain, brother. But no, yeah, I think in regards to predictions, I did put them in 3rd place. Of course, there's so many best of ones to play. There's still, you know, times for teams to take other games with each other. But any big surprise, you'd say?
I mean, from what I've seen so far, like most of us put Reckonix like quite far down because we don't really know too much about them. Apart from Nat, I think, because she has Spirit twice in her list somehow.
Does, yeah. Don't talk
Maybe
about
she
it.
knew. But they actually look pretty good in their games. Like I saw them up against Tundra, and they nearly won. It was like some 70-minute bloodbath game. They played another game that also looked quite good. So for me, at least, you know, from like the obvious teams that are gonna look good, they look quite nice.
Gamer Legion also sitting at 2-0, right? So they're upsetting a lot of predictions. Again, their qualifier run hasn't, in January, didn't really inspire anyone too much. It was the odd win here. But today, they're trying their best to inspire us, of course. And going back to Spirit before we move on to our next series, coach, loss of a coach. Now they don't have one. Looking towards maybe getting a new one. Like, is there even like a person out there right now that you're thinking, that's the guy. I already know who it's going to be.
I don't see a prospect unless you're stealing from like some other really tier 1 team. Like I feel like also for coaches it depends a bit because what do they want? What do they need? I do feel like, because we talked about it earlier, like they don't need a guy that's go like, yep, great idea, let's run it. They need like, you need to rile it together. Like they have a lot of good players, a lot of strong opinions too. So you need to like be the right guy that can also bring it together and like nicely and not just say yes just for the sake of it, but because it's actually the correct thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, that might help them, of course, win a finals potentially in this year, if they are to get there as well in Blast. And our upcoming series, we've got Falcons Heroic. Coming into it, I was expecting to be talking about how Heroic are this lost team. They've got no identity. They're struggling through qualifiers. Yeah, I mean, on the taxi drive here, I was like, all right, let's edit that one. Let's maybe change it. Like, of course, they have gone from, the Divide era now having Tai Long, and then in the qualifiers, they looked okay. The last qualifier they just played, they just dominated Gamer Legion in the grand final. So they clearly are moving in a direction that is going to be successful. They've utilized Broodmother and Meepo as well in earlier games. I'm still at a question mark with them because my expectations are so high. It's like, is this going to be the tournament where they actually make a decent run, or is it still kind of like the growing pains for this roster?
They're a bit of a question mark to me still. I mean, I believe that Whisper could how do the pubs feel to him? Is he enjoying himself? And I think at some point you could tell that mid is just not what he wanted to play. So him going back to the offlane and also Tai Lung, like this new kid on the block, he's incredibly young. Like I heard about him already like last year. They kept like telling us, you know, look at this guy, it's a new like Sumail coming up in the mid lane. And he's performing really well. And I've seen him play multiple different styles. So I'm honestly just kind of excited to see because I don't know that much about this team.
Yeah, I mean, he's just like a scary prospect in the fact that he has his own hero pool and he's ready to also, I guess, listen, because like when you see him pubs, like he's playing like a morph carry, he's playing his Razor mid, the Viper mid, but he's still ready to play like the active guy. So like if you are able to actually like harness this and like really utilize his toolkit, like you are going to have a really dominant South American team. But it's like if you don't use him correctly, if let's say you've hurt his progress, then like you really need to make sure that you nurture him pretty much.
Yeah, but I think it's good because also the way I see like Yuma in the team, to me, he's a bit of like the standout player. I think he's very versatile as well in terms of like what he can do in the team, the heroes he can play, how he can enable you. He also speaks a lot. Oh, you're shaking your head.
No, I'm thinking.
Give me the tea.
I was waiting where you go. I feel like Yuma, he had moments where he was the standout player. He's also had times in the heroic history that he's kind of fell into like the sideline, like the wayside, you know, like he's kind of just been there as a player, but like yeah, like he's a bit too inconsistent. But I think overall as a player, if he can find a better consistency, then yeah, I'm a big fan of what he can bring. Like the fact he plays these meepos, these random heroes, like he's annoying as a carry player. He also spoke to great lengths in previous blasts how he used to be over aggressive and that would make him kind of forget what he needed to do as a carry. So it's like you've got a really young mid laner, a carry player that's still kind of a little bit too volatile. So there's inconsistency potentially throughout the mix. And then talk about inconsistency, Falcons, game one, day one Blast, they are the most inconsistent team. I feel like on a day one at Blast, it's I lost the game of Legion.
I think it was Amar who spoke about it recently. He said he doesn't even know how. Like, it doesn't matter what team they play against. Like, day one, game one of whatever tournament it is.
He said they're 0-11 in scrims. Do you believe? No. They said they lost every scrim and they would go 0-11, sorry. Do you believe him?
No. What? How can this team... No way they can go 0-11.
That's what he said. He was like, yeah, we're garbage. I've added some extra
this
words.
This guy is an absolute clown. Like, you cannot... Like, it's very hard to believe what this guy says, at least straight up. But I will say, you know... Because we see that at least it's facts. When they go to a tournament, I don't know what it is. Like this team, maybe they need a couple days, they need a couple scrims, or they don't take it serious. But, you know, they need a bit of this warm-up to be the real them.
I believed him after game one. Against Game of Legion, I was like, man, whatever you just said in that interview, I believe you. I believe that you lost every scrim. I believe that you're going 0-11. There were some moves they were making there. It felt kind of weird. But again, they fixed it going into their next game, right? They are, of course, not 0-11 because they're currently 1-1.
Yeah, they've only played 2 games.
They've only played 2 games, but yeah, the first game was just hella shaky from them.
Yeah, but it's also like a lot of the teams, they sometimes come into tournaments with like a really like bad record of like scrims, but then it's like where you can iron out, these heroes are good, these heroes are actually garbage, we shouldn't play these anymore, let's play these strats together, or maybe you have some problems that you actually get to fix. And I mean, you know, their TI winners, they're pretty good.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was trying to counterpoint you just for the fun of the panel.
Good luck.
I can't really counterpoint that, but again, yeah, that's to be fair. Like the whole logic of best of ones, like if you have 3 bad series, you just got to win the others, and then you're still going to be in a non-elimination place. You're going to potentially get it. Of course, you know, that would help if we get to a draft. We can then talk about more important things than just best of ones. So the draft of Heroic and Falcons is now ready. All right, so Heroic, Falcons. I said game one as if there's more games. It's only a best of one.
Well, it is
game one of a best of one.
We'll fly with it.
We never introduced ourselves, by the way. Welcome to the evening panel where Kezu and myself, the governor, will be taking you through 5 best of ones actually. We just technically covered the 6th one. 6 today, yeah.
Could be 7 tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be. But either way, draft's begun. Heroic banning out the Ancient Apparition. That's like a little Huskar nod.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, it's absolutely a hero you have to be afraid of when you do play against Falcons. So, you know, they just go for it. Well, this might be the fastest 2 first picks we've seen of the entire tournament. But like you said, you see the AA pick coming, ban coming out, you kind of know where this is going. It's like, okay, there's a high potential of like a Largo, there's Huskar, but you play against Falcons, so the Huskar makes more sense. And, you know, Falcons, they just go with their instant response.
And it's also a hero that Liquid, when they picked Huskar earlier today, they banned out Sniper Razor to protect their Huskar. So it is an indicator of like, what does Nisha want to ban out when he's playing the mid Huskar? Heroic's banning out the A, which of course is, you know, the #1 ban. But Falcons taking it, you know, if it is to be Malrine in the mid lane, you will probably go 4-0-4. You'll just shove the wave, you'll be efficient, you'll play on the double camp near your tier 2, just keep farming up. You're never really enabling Huskar to kind of win the matchup. It's just a farm trade.
Yeah, you need to like kind of cheat against this hero, because Huskar is not really, he's not a real Dota hero, not when it comes to the laning. It's like he beats like 99.9% of all Dota heroes, so you need to find a way to like go about it. I've even seen and heard a little bit more about like, you know, people like dual laning mid and like, you know, trying to make his game hard, or like pulling waves, or having like the support start with like an early smoke and killing him, because yeah, this hero, if you give him a free game and a free lane, and it's a good player on it, he will just take over the first 20 minutes like nearly on his own.
It is a matter of just respecting that early game though, because once you get over that window, if you're kiting him, you're getting to, you know, contesting the Aegis and not allowing him to kind of snowball you, it is just a Huskar at the end of the day. Like he needs to have kills, he needs to have tempo. That's where Falcons, of course, I think supports are very important in that. Like you mentioned, having the ability to make the move. If Huskar ever does step up, bring a support or a TP, get the kill, he can then become like a kind of a handicap to his team where he's not providing that kind of extra stun or whatever.
I mean, I've always kind of liked Wind Ranger in a way against Huskar. I think you're one of the supports that doesn't like kind of insta-feed. Killshot can be quite nice. It's obviously Huskar. He is going to play on like lower HP most of the time, because that's just how his hero works. Other than that, like, because for Falcons, at least one of the players I love a lot in this team is like Crit. He can play all the melee force. He can play all. He's like the most complete position 4 player that I think you can like ask for in any team. He can play the range force in the lane, he will enable you, he can take 0 gold, still have a lot of impact, but he can also be your Tiny, your Tusk, he can roam a lot, make things happen. So just want to see kind of which support they take out of the face here for Falcons.
Been completely irrelevant to draft. He's also one of the few supports that plays Grimstroke.
I actually love that hero.
Because Grimstroke is, to me, a broken hero. 15 talent on the right, spell damage, insane on Soulbind, but no one really takes it. Alas, Falcons, they then go for a Shadow Demon. So again, positioning, kiting is their main game, right? You got Razor, who's able just to shove the wave, walk away. You got Shadow Demon now to just slow the Huskar, save whoever gets jumped. It's really is kind of a statement to Heroic. Like, when you initiate, you need clean initiation. You need to have a backline jump, because if Huskar's the one trying to run through the high ground and start your fights, high ground not being tier 3, I mean just on the map, the jungle areas, you are going to have problems. Like, you need other forms of finding the backline, where, you know, Clockwork and these heroes will come to mind.
Yeah, I mean, especially also, like, we've seen, like, Razors, it's getting a lot more normal, right? That like you have an early mech, you have a Crimson in the mix, maybe a pipe somewhere. So if you're like Heroic already, you need to find a way that you have enough damage. Sure, Huskar, if he gets to hit, he can do it. But so with what we're alluding to, you need to find heroes that like allow you to get into the fight, or maybe kite the SD, kite the Razor in like their strong timings of the fight. So if I'm Heroic, a hero I could be thinking about in this phase already could be a Centaur later. You know, the Stampede, great against both of these heroes. You can buy the Blink later if you want for like a potential jump. But for now, it's very likely that we just see like a double support pick coming out from them. Oh, they will just go for the Centaur straight.
Yeah, I have no idea where this analysis is going to go, by the way, Kezu, but so far in the 3 games that Heroic has drafted, they drafted Meepo in game 1, Broodmother Sniper game 2, and now Huskar game 3.
They're on the dirty train.
They are. It is absolute filth.
I mean, why not? You know, you come in guns blazing, especially when you've had a bit more of a like rocky last couple weeks. You know, you gotta
I come, and I command.
Prepare for battle.
Summoned forth. I go. Oh, yes.
30 seconds to battle.
By the power of Goroth. I'm under attack! Indubitably. Sworn of shadows. Shasha Caracas, son. Corzan. Mordakaramon. Hear my word. At my command. Karakazan. I command it. Karaboskor Koramand. Fear me. Minion. Indeed. Indeed. Oh, yes. I command it. The smoke thicken. Fear me. Sha sha. At my command. Avowed. Daka. Karkor. Attack. Gather darkness. Fiends take you. A strike. The first taste. By the power of Golos. Indeed. I go. Hear my word. More pages for my black grimoire. Cord Karamord. Nay. Your soul to crush. Chaos crush you. Indubitably. My fiends will avenge me. Your soul, I command it. Summoned forth.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You just did it. Indubitably. At my command.
Every coin helps.
Fear me. Indeed. By the power of
Dire's
Golos.
turret has been killed.
Hear my word. That isn't a shot. I go. Avowed. Oh, yes.
Your bottom tower is under
Spawn
attack.
of shadows. Indeed. Indeed. Fear me. At my command. Pitched battle. Corrub, another name in my grimoire.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
By the power of Goroth. Hear my word. I go. Indubitably, by the power of Goroth, purified. I feed you to my fiends. Karabos, Caracas. The goals brighten. Avowed. You summon the summoner.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Would I do this?
Let me get my arrows back. And
Indubitably.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My flames shall summon forth.
Your top tower is under attack.
Blessing.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Command it. Avowed. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Not yet. By the power of Goroth. Morakam. Indubitably. Moraka. Oh, yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Hear my word. Under pain of death. At my command. Indeed. By the power of Chorus. You know nothing unless the omniscience knows you. From the shadows. Fiends take you.
I deserve this.
Mine. Cry havoc. Avowed. Avowed. Oh, yes. Son. A new chapter in my black grimoire. Pipsqueak. Indeed.
is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Summoned forth. By the power of Goroth. Indeed. Caracas. Fear me. I command.
Invisibility.
Indeed. I go. Summoned forth.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
By the power of Goroth, I come, and I command. Sazam. Kor Koramand. Minion. Oh, yes. Indubitably.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
At my command. Hear my word.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hear my word. Summoned forth. Indeed. I command it. Indubitably. Zan Korabos Kor Koramord. By the power of Goroth. Silence.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
By my demon staff. Fear me. Wretch. I go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Sha, sha.
Your top tower is under attack.
Encircling dark.
Your top tower has fallen.
Zam Karabos. At my command. Indeed. I command it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Words of power. Sha Sha Karakas. Summoned forth. Oh, yes. I'm under attack. I'll offer you a soldier's prayer. By my demons. Attack. Minion. From the shadows. Purification. Nakor. Summoned forth.
top tower has fallen.
Damage.
At my command. I go. Indeed. Darkness heals you. Indeed. By the power of Gorus. Hear my word. Indeed. Oh, yes. Indubitably.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Core. Indeed. At my command. Darkness heals you.
Your top tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Avowed.
Your top tower is under attack.
Summoned forth.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
It.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Darkness. By the power of Gorus. Encircling dark. Fear me. Karabos Kor Koramand.
Favorite customer.
Fear me. Go. Mortor. Cheer. Avowed. Unhallowed ground. So Sazang. Oh, yes. Summoned forth.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I go. Mordakaramon. The gyre of evil takes you. Indubitably. The gyre of evil takes you. I command it. At my command.
Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack.
Will welcome me
Dire's structures are fortified.
by the power of Goroth.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen.
Noble scepter. Feel me.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Hear my word. Summoned forth. Sha sha. Sha sha Caracas. Sun.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is falling. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy now has megathons. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
Pull out all the big boys. But yeah, Centaur makes sense.
Just died back to back. It has not done a lot for him. Very awkward build up for him, and you can get to some more defensive items here on Falcons. Can really kite this lineup out. Amp damage in the river. Look at that.
Sick pickup. Oh, Amar went the mandible. Metamorphic mandible. So he's got the insect form. Increased magic resistance against Huskar, Jakiro, Centaur. Doesn't sound too bad. Little spooky lowering your armor when you're already up against an SF who reduces your armor by 8, but
to be honest, I feel like most of the tier 4 neutral items are kind of meh.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think I ever feel good taking any of the tier 4s. I mean, we see a lot of like Rattle Cage, but honestly, Rattle Cage is very hard to tell what impact this item actually has. Yeah, if you get a Giant Maul on somebody, it's kind of nice, but is Giant Maul... I don't feel Giant Maul is that much better than Gunpowder Gauntlet.
No, I agree. Well, there's a lot of tier 4s where the active doesn't feel super impactful, right? You've got the Metamorphic Mandible is definitely one of the most questionable ones because losing that much armor is like kind of crazy. I see the Idolist Griok. I don't even know how often that really gets used. Like theoretically, phase movement and evasion is really good, but you know, I don't. Does it even have an effect? I don't see it in fights. You know,
it's very hard to tell. See ATF try and bait this one out. Nice high ground position, Heroic. Cannot Requiem the X Pirate. We do have that Satanic Butterfly timing for Yuma, so this is when the SF can stand his ground and hit
10 seconds remaining.
It's now or nevermore.
Prepare for battle.
Soul collector. Souls beckon.
It falls to me to inform you that this one is in the bag.
I know.
"30 seconds to battle.
Forward. Yes. It's the perfect time to start a new collection.
First blood. As indeed, I am first at everything.
As ever.
That was owed.
More sublime under attack. Outplayed. Into the fray. Never fear. I sense so. My reach is long. Look good. This one is mine. More souls for me. You're mine, heart and soul. You Into the fray. Another soul for me. More souls for me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My reach is long. As ever. Never fear.
Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Soul Collector. It's now or nevermore. As ever. Offending Corbin. Double kill. He's right, Hidok. My reach extends.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Your soul is mine. Denied. Your soul is fine. Into the fray.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
This one is mine.
Your top tower is under attack.
Souls beckon.
Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Soul for me. My reach is long. Soul collected. Easy, don't. Here.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Every coin helps.
As ever. Your mind, heart, soul. Fresh made. He's Monster kill. Soul collector. More souls for me. Indeed.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Into the fray. Desolator. Of course. What you never asked. Never fear. Stronger. I know. You are mine. You have with his sword. Sanity eclipsed. Resistance to the outer dark.
Your top tower is under attack.
Souls beckon.
Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Like a stem.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Soul collector. Never fear. Die.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Every coin helps.
My lost soul. Into the fray.
Radiant structures are fortified. More souls for me. Your middle tower is under attack.
Your soul is mine.
tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
More souls for me. Soul collector. Into the fray.
Bounty.
I have more room in my collection. I know. You can never hide.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Souls beckon.
Your middle tower is under attack.
More souls for me.
Hey. Now you got a good player.
As ever. With sword. Souls.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
With sword.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Soul collector.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified.
Haste.
Your soul is mine. Take that. I know.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Soul collector.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Never fear. You can never hide. Your souls for me. Never fear. It is dark.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
So it is said.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not ready. Short range, you know. Light my path. Unto battle. I'll keep it in mind. 'Tis tedious.
Your middle tower is under attack. under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Well away.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
Not yet.
Dire victory.
These heroes are not going to die easy. Nisha, he's trying to make a run for it. Won't be able to get the blink off. Gets off the avalanche. A blink opportunity. And he is away. BZM, he's going to go after Tofu instead. But the heals are just too much, man. He can't cut through all these Largo heals. The 5-stack of Liquid is beginning to heat up.
That goddamn frog. And just as I was saying, his stupid face is annoying. He does it again. He sits there. He plays one note. He probably had the highest impact on that fight. We don't get to see the healing numbers, but I mean, he had 25
He played it 25 times for 34 health each.
That is, you know, it's probably what, 1600 heal, which is all getting multiplied by all the armor and everything.
Yeah.
Jeez, man, what a hero. He's still strumming. The man just don't care. If they had the thing is, this fight I still think is great for Tundra. They just don't have Requiem. If the SF can blink in there and Requiem them, I think they're absolutely just fried. Like, for sure, they just get obliterated. So some of that is Liquid reading the cooldowns, but that cooldown was very close. So that's still
that
scary.
felt like 33 jumping the gun a little bit because they spotted him. But if they played more defensively and played to contest Tormentor, they would have had Requiem up for a Tormentor fight.
Yes. I think the idea there was correct from Tundra. Just they misplayed the timings a little. Liquid take advantage of it. They get a good fight in this game.
They get the super sick shard, which is the encore for Largo. Not that he has any of those utility items right now, but
yes, completely useless right now. But it is a sick shard. Well, now you have BKB-SF. So now that kind of team fight becomes a lot easier. There is no BKB interrupt in this game. One of the downsides of this Liquid lineup against the Shadow Fiend, who is a great BKB carrier, is, well, he's guaranteed to do whatever he wants every fight. So that's kind of scary. And Tundra instantly smoked up. They have the blink on the brew. He can start the fight. You can get the SF in there, and then you can just lay the overgrowth on top.
Red Sentry spotting Whitemon, Tofu. They go for the Frog first. Burst him down nice and quick. 33 blinking in, hits the clap, now the ult. Catching, oh, nice blink away there from Nisha.
That really
downside of the Brewmaster Cyclone. It doesn't do any damage when you come down from it, so if you, if you're somebody like this Tiny, you can just instant blink out.
Honestly, I almost like 33 to play that slower as well. Like, I don't think he has to ult too early in this game. I mean, the thing with the Zags build is you want to ult because it just does so much damage. But like we saw there, you can't really kill Liquid on your own. You're more setting it up for the two other damage dealers. So maybe he will think about playing these fights a little slower with his ult, because I don't think he will ever die 100-0 against this kind of lineup. Maybe if Tiny was like Mega Farm or something, but you just run in a resist stance, you're not going to get combo down, and then you can just bait some more spells. You can maybe set up something better for your SF combo. Because right now these ults they're zoning Liquid, but they're not winning you the fight you're looking for. So it's something to consider here. Very interested to see what he goes next to. I feel like 33 always has some weird, unique idea for every individual game. Maybe he'll go something cool here, like, I don't know, Dagon 5, E-Blade, Brewmaster. That sounds dank.
Well, right now he's getting Boots of Travels, which I find kind of odd. Between Treant Protector and Ember Spirit, I feel like you have enough lane shove and map play, you know what I mean? And I feel like you just want stronger team fight.
Well, Boots of Travel is a farming item for him, you know?
Yeah, but he already has his hand of Midas. He already has.
The man likes to farm, okay? The man likes to farm. Don't question it.
All right.
Train to Refresher. What's better than one brew ult that does nothing? Two brew ults that does nothing. Can't argue with that logic.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it does allow him to play a little bit more solo, and that solo experience valuable to get him the level 3 or rather, excuse me, level 4 primal split because of the Ags.
Tyr also has pretty good late game talents. They're not insanely broken, but they're nice. So you kind of want to get there too if you can. Shiva's done for the Ember, as well as Lothar's for the Shadow Fiend. Nice.
You can't call it that.
Yeah, I can. That's still the name in Dota 1.
No, that's a dead name. You can't. Nowhere
Not
in
dead.
Dota 2 doesn't say anything about Lothars. There's gonna be people out there who have no clue what you're talking about.
As long as the memory of it lives on in us players, it will never die.
Maybe it should die. Its time is over. It's Shadowblade now.
I mean, Lothar's was a better name. Why'd they change it anyway?
Because probably had to do with Warcraft 3, I assume.
Well, Blizzard's dead now, so you can put it back in. They got killed by Valve's ultimate business strategy of doing nothing and letting your competitors destroy themselves with time.
Classic. He's got a lot of backup.
He's chilling.
They're going to have to drop some serious spells if they want to get this BKB out of him.
Okay, he's not chilling.
He makes his commitment, and Pure, it makes a BKB run for it. Mickey still trying to chase him down. Doesn't really catch him, though. Whitemon was ready to go with the overgrowth, so frankly, it wasn't really close. BKB for a BKB, though. I almost feel like that's good for Liquid. Like, I think I would rather make the SF use his BKB almost no matter what.
Oh, the SF BKB is untouchable in this game. So every time you get that down, it's an opening. That's how you have to think about it. But again, it presents the issue of this Liquid lineup where if you don't, I want to say if you don't get a toss back, but a lot of times in this game, even if you get the toss back, Tundra are going to be able to walk it off. Just because you don't have the BKB Pearson. Gyro is not he's not Sven, he's not TA. He's not taking some incredible high burst damage to fight to this SF. Maybe with Daedalus or Divine territory later, we can see some of that. But for now, Liquid just have to be patient. Like, you have to just not let Tundra build a lead, kind of scale up your tri-core here, get some more items on the Tiny especially, and just prepare for long fights. Your lineup can be very powerful in long fights with double healing supports.
That's actually where I feel like I favor Liquid, though, is the fact that, like, yeah, they can't make that commitment against the BKBs, but they have so many good ways to, like, to have a poke at Tundra, whether it's the toss back, you know, maybe you don't get that kill, but you get that hero to use its BKB and run away or TP out or whatever, right? And you could just kind of keep doing that between the X torrents and the toss backs, you know? They have very low cooldown abilities in that regard. They just keep it up. They just keep wearing down those BKBs until you don't have anything left.
If you can play that style of fight, it's very good for the lineup. And this is what it's designed to do. I just worry if the Ember Chains and the Brewolts, the Overgrowth, and the Hex Shackle are going to catch you when you're going for these kind of plays. Particularly Nisha, like, you go in and look for these plays. If you get Shaman Hex because you don't BKB early, that fight can just end off of that. It's scary in the Ultra League here.
Sure.
That's kind of the power of
Hex
Shaman.
might be a problem for both of them because we've got Boxy building Scythe of Ice as his next item. So that'll give them a little bit more, you know, that toss back actually has some bite to it if you're tossing back into an instant stun.
By the way, side note, is Coddle innate the worst in the game? I think it is.
Is Coddle's innate the worst in the game? Yeah,
think it is.
because I didn't even know what it was.
Yeah, I think it's a literal no impact innate. I think it only has impact like once or twice in laning phase. And honestly, if you watch a lot of Coddle games, it doesn't even impact laning phase because it's almost, it doesn't give you enough to cast a spell. So like, who cares?
Tofu breaks the smoke and gets broken in turn 33. Once again, very aggressive on the primal split. They get a pick off and he just blinks straight in, pops his ult right away. Liquid just reset. Lose the courier, I guess, but are they going to be able to do Roshan during this primal split timing? Because the primal split's not going to last too much longer. They have to do this Roshan fast, otherwise Liquid, they're going to come in for the contest. About a third HP. Mickey, he's going to drop his ultimate here. This is a possibility. They can actually take the fight. They X jump in. That is rough. Nisha gets instantly controlled and then requiemed. It's an Aegis for Pure and a one-team fight for Tundra.
I told you, dude. I felt maybe I cursed him there or something, but I said if this Tiny jumps without BKB, they're just gonna lose the fight. And like Ari just had his number the whole way. They had vision. The Treant was scouting. They knew when that jump was coming. He did not BKB. And that's the fight. Like, you cannot be greedy with it this game. And that might be one of those game-deciding things. I don't know how favored Liquid are in that exchange. I think that's a hard fight no matter what. Like, even if you get Aegis steal there, I don't think you're winning that.
Sure. So, I mean, you're fighting into another primal split because of the refresher. Yeah. There was a lot of team fight there. But Liquid could have had a better shot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was your chance to potentially turn this game around. Now you're going to be down a lot. This SF is getting level 25. He's a monster.
Yeah, Pure is big. Big boy.
Do you have some downtime on these Brewolts? If you want to try and find something around the map.
White Mon. Getting some good vision down. He gets down a tree. He gets down a nice aggressive ward on the side of the map.
These eyes are just so annoying to play against. I think mainly because you're not used to it yet. So I feel like a lot of players are just not, they don't have it in the back of their mind that this tree is placing all these Eyes of the Forest so early in games. You almost have to think of this hero like TA now with traps.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to do that when you're used to a hero not having some capability for a long time.
Daedalus now complete for Mickey with level 20. So this is one of Gyrocopter's big spikes.
He's doing some damage now. Got the serrated shiv as well. Need Hex in this lineup though. We talked about that boxy Hex. I don't think he's made any progress towards it. And without that, I don't think you have enough chain disable to threaten the Brew before he ults or the SF before he BKBs.
Do you think so most of the time Largo is going to be playing his movement speed and his heal, but the Bull Belly Blitz, you think that probably works with all the flat cannon shots, right? Grants their attacks additional 25% magic damage? So that's an interesting lobby test, I think.
I would actually lean towards it would only proc.
They played their own style of Dota. They love the Warlock, like the Chen, like these types of heroes that are stuff that they thrive with, which is partly the player, right? You know, for position 5, Speed has really found like heroes that he really enjoys playing around and helps set his team up for success. And they do go ahead and respect ban out his Chen here at the beginning. I'm curious if they're going to look to ban his Warlock as well, because I feel like that's a definite pick for Gamer Legion if it's left in the table.
You know, Gamer Legion really going through the international bracket today, because they started off versus Falcons, and then they played Heroic. They're very familiar with the SA team there, but now going to go against the Chinese team of XG, and then finishing up with OG, which is technically European, but it's also like an SEA team. So they're going to play against every regional style today with their own NA style. We'll see which region ends up supreme at the end of the day.
Some respect on the Storm Spear ban. RCY popped off both games on this hero earlier, so they do go ahead and ban it out in the first phase. They're going to get rid of Dragon Knight, now Primal Beast, and it will be the first pick of the Shadow Demon for the side of Extreme Gaming.
Largo round 2.
Largo, nice. He's back, baby.
Largo and the boys. All right, into Shadow Demon. It is a little annoying since you can't remove the poison, and disruption's also not something you can like really dispel. But it's still generally good. You still want to play fast, and Shadow Demon can't like anti-heal you, so you got at least that going for you. I also think if you tried, I think Ancient Apparition is one of the better heroes versus Largo, and an AA Shadow Demon combo sounds really awkward. I do not think you want to do that.
Yeah, I agree. It does actually sound really awkward.
If you picked 3 run-at-you type cores, I think it could work, but Ame is not a run-at-you type carry player.
No, not until he's really far ahead. Underlord ban, a hero that they also found success with earlier. And coming into the last ban here for the side of Gamer Legion, deciding what they want to go for. I feel like there's a lot of options.
Yeah, because some of these respect bans are going through, some of the like typical popular things are still in the pool. For example, Jakiro.
Yeah, Jakiro,
very strong.
Razor, Huskar.
Very strong support. Both these supports we have right now are just general utility. So like, how do you want to go with the next support? Depends on what cores you're interested in. So I think you have to, for each team, decide on that. I think what we're likely to see is Gamer Legion try to play fast. It's their style. And XG likes to play slow, like for Ame, right? They want him to win the game. They'll pick up the answers they need. You've got some in like the utility of Shadow Demon. So it's up to Gamer Legion to play fast, and Jakiro will allow them. Wait a minute. Here's the real Jakiro. I love these animations. Now you got two really fast-paced supports. Maybe that's a Largo off lane, and you actually pick up a different support.
I mean, you could just run Jakiro 4, right? Like, I think Big Numb's perfectly happy playing Jakiro in the 4 position and in a really strong off lane to pair with it, and you kind of just deny the Shadow Demon, or you put the Largo into the Shadow Demon lane, but we'll see. Slardar gonna sprint his way into this game. So a pretty strong hero, like, that's been kind of rising over the course of 7-4-0. Mostly just as an offlaner. The thing about Slardar is it does require that you have lane positioning. Like, he's very much dependent on having the lane closer to his own tower, and then really playing around the level 6 timing of the Corrosive Haze, and then that Blink Dagger timing. You know, like, this is a hero that actually does require a fairly fast-paced lineup to play around.
I'm a little surprised into the Jakiro too, because I feel like Jakiro is one of the stronger supports at dealing with it. But there is the flex of potentially going mid Slardar. And, you know, Slardar is at this point, every offlaner at this point has dealt with Jakiro. It's just something you have to know how to handle. Okay, it's making a little bit more sense with a Mirana. You want multiple setups in different lanes. So one side's going to have Shadow Demon, Slardar, could be in the mid, could be in the off lane to also set up the arrow.
Classic SD Mirana pairing. It's a really strong duo that can roam the map. I will say, though, the Slardar has a lot of heroes that he can pair with his Corrosive Haze still in the pool, right? Shadow Fiend is available, Templar Assassin, even Kez, like different types of Deso builders that benefit from that minus armor are available. See what Gamer Legion want to go for here, because they need something to play into that Slardar lane. Maybe you prioritize. Okay, well, there it is, the Razor.
Pretty flexible though, so it could go in multiple places.
Yeah.
If you can pick one more flex thing here going into the final pick, you just like no idea what you're dealing with. So many flexes between the Largo, the Razor, Jakiro 4 and 5.
We've been seeing like the Razor paired with either of these supports in the lane is incredibly strong.
Yeah. I do think you need someone who actually initiates,
stuns?
and it's probably coming from RCY. It tends to be like what he does for the team.
I think that's why they went for the Storm ban.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Ember's good at it, but into Slardar is a bit annoying in the lane. Though I think it's doable if you want to.
I know he loves Pangolier. He played it quite a bit, but that hero is not something we see people really like opt for anymore. Even though the hero's just been consistently buffed for some reason.
Whoa. Different style than I thought. That poor creep.
That's a really good pick, actually. No, like all three of these heroes cannot deal with Naga Siren at all. So this is definitely for Yamsun. The question now from Extreme is which hero do you pick the hard counter? Because you have things like Lesh. You can go for like Ember. The Primal Beast is already banned. You could, if you want to go for like a safe lane carry into that matchup, you could. I mean, the only problem is you have to think about the Razor off lane. That actually makes it very difficult. They go for the Lesh. Okay.
Leshrac.
I think Lesh is the most straightforward pick.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Brewmaster could also work, but I think Leshrac a little bit safer, especially because you see the Razor, and so if this ends up being your mid matchup, Leshrac will be fine. It'll be stereotypically good versus the Naga, but there is a window where like Leshrac counters illusions at the start, but if they get farmed enough, and especially like reach a heart, sometimes he struggles to do enough damage, especially if he has a bad time. And then you count Largo into the picture, who's going to be playing his healing song the whole time, right? You're actually countering the Leshrac to some degree.
What does the song sound like? That sounds oddly suspiciously similar to Sandstorm, but I'll let it slide.
Well, it sounds a little different because Naga Siren's in there as well, you know?
I see. A lot of songs on this team.
It adjusts, yeah.
Any other musically talented people Gamer Legion can pick up here?
For the draft, I'm not sure, because you need an initiator, I think, for your final
Doom?
pick. And
He's got a guitar.
know.
I mean, the hero's
I
bad,
guess
but he
so.
does have a guitar.
Not the biggest deal if like enemy carry owns you. I mean, it's kind of what they're supposed to do, but I think in general it's an interesting matchup. I also think Drow owns this hero, but I still do not understand where this Drow is. I just do not see this hero ever, but I think this hero deserves some gameplay. Maybe we'll see it eventually. I mean, the frog, let me tell you something. Frogs do not like hypothermia, okay? If you have ever frozen a frog, they do not enjoy it, Austin. Not that I have.
Do not. Isn't it the opposite? Aren't they one of the creatures that can survive being frozen?
Yes, they survive, but they do not enjoy it. They're not happy. They're not a happy frog because he cannot play his song when he is frozen.
You would rather be dead? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating to freeze any frog. I'm just saying,
okay,
should a frog happen to get frozen in the wild, he is not a happy frog.
Minutes left on the Aegis. Thundra should be approaching the high ground soon, and we'll see whether or not Nisha, I mean, it's largely up to Nisha if he can find the openings to get the right tossbacks. Also not die for that tossback, right? So that requires him probably having to BKB. Jump in for 33. Instant overwhelming blink hit on 2 cores, completely going to ruin any opportunity for Nisha to get the initiation first. It's a tossback on Pure, but it doesn't really do much at all. Pure BKB commits. And Glyph goes out actually last second, so Melee Barracks might survive here if they can clear out all these wards and siege wagons in time.
Catapults.
They got him.
All right, base defended. A successful high ground hold for Liquid.
Yeah.
33 will bots to continue farming.
I mean,
towards 25.
They can't really go in again because